Zane, take it from here, you know.
All right. First thing I'm going to do is try to show my screen and go full screen here. So I'll get you all to check me. Make sure that you are seeing. Are you seeing my slide full screen?
Not yet.
Let me come back here. And... Okay, now. Is my slide showing full screen?
Yes.
Very good. Okay, so kind of some ground rules. One is I want this to be participative. So don't hesitate to go off mute and ask a question. Just ask it outright. Sometimes when I teach, I have somebody planted to watch the chat and relay those things. But with this size group, there's no problem at all. And you just interrupting and asking a question like you would in class. So don't hesitate to do that. You're not going to unhorse me. I've seen worse. So just let me know. Now, we're going to talk today about negotiation, persuasion, and conflict. These are areas of particular interest to me, areas that I've had an interest in ever since my past life, which now, frighteningly, was about 25 years ago. So we will engage in looking at those topics and talk about some basic principles. And then I want to give you some practical skills that you can take back. Some of the forms of things to think about and consider as you get into these situations, and others in the form of out and out specific strategies or tactics that you'll be able to use. In terms of a schedule, this is kind of how it lays out. We'll work until about 10 o'clock and take a 10-minute break. We'll come back from the 10 o'clock break and we'll work until a little after 11 and take 20 minutes as a break. Now, the 20-minute break is basically designed as a lunch break. So I'm going to grab a sandwich at that break, and then we'll come back at 11:30, work through to 12:30, take a 15-minute break at that point, and then we'll go from 12:45 to the end to finish up by 2 o'clock. We may not take the entire time. I wanted to leave enough slack in the material so that we'd have the opportunity to deal with questions or things you wanted to discuss. So we're not in a time crunch. I'm not struggling to get through the slides. So please don't hesitate to ask or to spark discussion on any of these things that we talk about. In terms of what we're going to be talking about, we're going to hit 4 basic subject categories. The first thing that we'll hit is active listening. And this is always a fun subject. When I teach courses in communication and presentation skills, I teach listening first, and people will react to that by saying, you know, I want you to teach me how to talk. I don't want you to teach me how to listen. But listening is the single most important skill. If you were gonna look at today and say, which one of these categories should I take home and internalize, it should be the active listening and the listening skills. Then we're going to talk about persuasion, which is making your case, something that systems engineers are called on to do formally and informally. And so we're going to talk about how we actually build what philosophers call an argument. Now, we tend to use argument in a kind of a loose way to mean a heated exchange with somebody. And that's not what we mean by argument here. What we mean by argument in this instance is the development of a case that advocates for a particular position. So we'll call that persuasion so that that's clearer.
Zane?
Yeah.
Is this like rhetoric that my high schooler is now studying that I never did?
Yeah.
Actually,
Actually,
logic and it sounds the formal proofs and the syllogisms and how to really make a good essay and to be persuasive. So
and we'll touch on rhetoric. We won't go into the syllogism part of it. In other words, we won't do the actual construction of the argument, but we'll touch on, and interestingly enough, the very first slide in this section is going to talk to us about Aristotle's rhetoric, his 3 pillars of rhetoric. And so we'll talk about how what we include in an argument more than how we would structure it formally. And then we'll move from that to talking about conflict. Conflict and change are 2 very particular areas and very important areas in communication and persuasion. And so we'll talk about conflict management. We'll talk about why I don't call it conflict resolution. And then we'll talk about negotiation. And in particular, we'll talk about something called interest-based problem solving. And we'll go into that and talk about how we can use that as a skill in crafting solutions to problems, this kinds of solutions that we get from negotiation problems. So how in the world did I get here? Some of you are familiar a little bit with some of my background. Why would I be sitting here talking to you about these 4 subjects? Well, I went to Virginia Tech, and my undergraduate major was economics. I majored in economics because I was particularly interested in how people make decisions, particularly around public policy. And so I got a B. I intentionally went into the BA program rather than the BS program because in the BA program, instead of taking 5-hour accounting and the full-fledged finance courses, we took the survey courses in accounting and finance. But instead of taking business math and the survey courses in math and statistics, we took the 5-hour calculus just along with the engineers and my physics major roommate and the technical folks. And we also took the full-fledged statistics. Now, taking the full-fledged statistics turned out to be a joke on me because the next step after I got my degree in economics was I went to graduate school in student personnel administration, and I particularly focused on the counseling. You had to pick a path, and so my path was on counseling. And when I got into the educational administration and counseling master's program, they immediately wanted to know, they wanted me to take statistics for education. So I went to my advisor and I said, look, I took statistics in the statistics department, so I've already had this course. Oh no, you haven't had statistics for education. So I had to take the basic statistics course over again in a watered down version. Then when I went to law school, I was in a JD MBA program for my first 2 years. So your first year was all law school. Your second year was all business school. So when I hit the MBA portion of it, the business school said, you have to take statistics for business. And I said, look, I took statistics in the statistics department. Then I took statistics for education. Surely I don't have to take this introductory course again, but I did. So I suppose that I should be an expert in statistics. I'm not, but I certainly got enough exposure to it, taking everybody's flavor of the statistics course. But I did, as I said, go through a graduate program in counseling. I didn't take it all the way to degree because I left to go to law school, which was my original intent. I went to law school at the University of Tennessee. And along the way, I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do, but I knew two things that I didn't want to do. I did not want to practice law in a small firm, and I didn't want to work in a small town. However, the first summer of law school, I got a job in a 4-lawyer firm in a town of 2,500 people, and stayed there for 13 years. It was a wonderful experience. It was a formative experience, and it got me to do exactly the kinds of things that I wanted to do, just not the way I planned it. So I stayed with that firm, and my function in that firm was I was one of the 2 litigators. We did most of the trial work. Being a small firm with a lot of business and a pretty heavy workload, I immediately got exposed to doing what I wanted to do, which was trying cases. And before I knew it, I was trying cases on my own. So I was in the courtroom working as a litigator very early on. The end result of that was, in an 18-year career as a courtroom attorney, I tried somewhere in the neighborhood of between 100 and 150 jury trials. So I got a pretty good chance to be exposed to that. As I say, I stayed counting clerking and practice. I stayed with the private practice firm for 13 years. I left there to become an assistant attorney general with the Commonwealth of Virginia, doing environmental and safety enforcement work in the coal industry, which was that was an enlightening experience, to say the least. I knew that you got coal out of the ground. I didn't know much beyond that. And so they educated me, and I went to work doing their enforcement litigation. From there, when the politics changed in Virginia and all of us wearing the wrong color jerseys had to pull back, I took a job as the lead assistant in a local prosecution office, and I handled the violent crimes part of it, and was the liaison with the local law enforcement and the state police and other law enforcement agencies. So my involvement with that kind of crime, if you went into the office and asked to see me about a traffic ticket, the ladies in the front office would tell you, he's not drugs and traffic, he's murder, rape, and robbery. And so my murder, rape, and robbery beat and my association with law enforcement folks put me in a position where they approached me. They were forming a tactical team to do hazardous warrant service and hostage situations. And they wanted to know if I was interested in being trained as a hostage crisis negotiator to be a part of that team. And I had the opportunity to go be trained by an FBI instructor, a guy named Terry Neist, very interesting instructor, knowledgeable guy, a veteran. I think he was retired or retiring at that point from the Bureau. But I took that training, and then I spent 3.5 years on their tactical team as a negotiator. That led me to see that there were skills there that could be applied to situations that did not involve people with guns, but involved settling other disputes. So when I left the prosecutor's office, I got trained as a mediator and began to do mediation work. The problem with the mediation work that I was doing was that the court, because of my particular background, wanted me to handle divorce cases that had domestic violence and child sexual abuse and all kinds of wonderful things involved. And I really was more interested in some of the civil mediation and getting trained as in large group mediation. So I began to do management consulting and worked for the United Methodist Church for a year, basically brokering conflict management resources in the denomination, and had the opportunity to go to Arizona to a 3-week course taught by the Lombard Peace Center in large group mediation. And so we worked on conflict that had not 2 sides, but 50 sides or 60 sides or however many sides there were people. And I learned large group mediation techniques. I went back to consulting work and took a job basically to keep the doors open while I started up with the Social Security Administration and writing disability decisions for administrative law judges. But they discovered some of my background and training. And so they sent me to labor management facilitation training, which was very interesting. That was my first trip to Baltimore. I spent 3 weeks in Baltimore in that training. And then from there, I went to work with a friend of mine doing management consulting work in a small consulting firm that he had. We were doing projects there at Fort Meade. And so in 2003, I agreed to come to Baltimore for 6 months. My first project was to teach a class to majors and lieutenant colonels about how to go downtown and tell 4-stars things they didn't want to hear. And we taught that course several times, and he said, okay, you just need to get your clearance and come up here. So I did that and wound up staying there 15 years, working first with him. And then when he was 10 years older than me, so he decided to retire. And I went with Vitek. We were a Vitek customer at that point, using Vitek's core tool to model processes. And so I went to work for Vitek and have headed up their consulting and training functions ever since. So that's kind of my sort of wandering, but really directional path into what I do now. And that's kind of what I bring to the table for our discussions today, is a background in a variety of settings that all center around communication and conflict and negotiation and interpersonal exchange. So let's set some initial principles, talk about some of the initial considerations that we'll use throughout all of these subjects today. The first is that the focus of all communications is relationships, and it has to do with your relationships with the people you're communicating with. Whether you're trying to discover what it is they have to say, or you're trying to convince them of something, whatever the purpose of your communication, your focus is on the other person. You need to know your own mind, to be sure, and to understand yourself and your reactions. But you need to recognize that it's always other focused. So we consider first what our audience and what they need to hear or see. Now, the reason for considering what people need to hear or see from you, whether you're teaching or you're communicating one-to-one, is that people tend to come to any kind of an encounter with you with an agenda. They have something that they want to get. They want to know about this, or they want to know about that, or they want an explanation of something, or they want this specific information, or they want assurances from you. So the problem with communication is that until you deal with that in one way or another, and by deal with, I don't mean solve it necessarily up front, because you won't be able to do that. But I mean, deal with it, acknowledge it, honor it, understand it up front. They can't hear any of the things that you've come to the encounter to say to them. So if you want to get something across to them, you have to understand what it is that they want and need from you. The principle to remember as you talk with people, as you communicate with them, is to seek first to understand, and only then seek to be understood. Most often we think when we communicate that our main job is to be understood, to make the other people understand what we're saying. But that's not job one. That is a job, and that's important. But we need first to seek to understand them, and only then get them to understand us. We also need to understand that communication happens in multiple channels. It not only happens in the words you say, but it happens in how you say them. And we'll talk some about the communication channels in a few minutes. But there are lots of channels of communication, and we need to understand that everything about us speaks to people. Now, in this world of Zoom that we're living in, we also need to understand that when you speak through technology, not all of the channels are open. So hearing me present is an approximation of what you would hear if we were all in the same room together. Some of this technical presentation has been very instructive for me personally in learning about the ways that I communicate, but some of it's very frustrating. I tell people when they talk about how am I going to make a presentation on Zoom or Teams or WebEx or whatever, I tell them if you want to know what it's like to work in that situation, find the darkest room in your house, shut the doors and windows, turn off the lights, and tell 3 jokes. That's what presenting on Zoom is like. You can say something that you think is absolutely hilarious or absolutely stunning, and there's absolutely no reaction to read. There's no room to read. And from an old platform guy who's used to looking into a jury box and knowing that I'm connecting with Mrs. Smith and Mr. Jones, and I'm not quite there with Mr. Fletcher yet, that can be crippling. And what that's a symptom of is that communication happens in multiple channels, and some of those are shut down when you deal with technology. So be aware of that. Be aware that the devices that you use to speak in those channels. Personal appearance, Sean was talking about, people ambling by in the background in various stages of undress, et cetera. But personal experience has gone by the wayside. How many of us have seen cartoons where there's somebody in a coat and tie sitting in a chair in gym shorts because the camera doesn't catch more than that. So, but your personal presentation is very important. I have these 2 pictures on this slide to remind me and to help you remember this. When I was doing particularly work as a prosecutor, but also work as a private lawyer, a good deal of what I did involved children. And it involved children who were being exposed to the court system, which is not a comforting experience for kids. So I had to be aware of that because I needed to be able to communicate with the kids. And one of the things that I did was keep a change of clothes in my office. So these two pictures are not me, needless to say, these two skinny guys. But the picture in the suit and tie was how I would look in the courtroom. I kept a pair of slacks and a golf shirt in my office, specifically for when I met with children who would be witnesses or who were victims or who were involved in the cases, because they didn't need to come in my office and see a guy at a desk with a suit and tie on. That was kind of off-putting. So I would greet them in my golf shirt and slacks and talk in my office. And then I would take them across the hall when I was a prosecutor to the courtroom. And I'd let them get up behind the bench and sit in the judge's chair. And I'd let them sit in the witness chair. And I'd let them go over and sit in the jury box. And we'd talk about who usually sits there and what do they do? Why are they there? And who are the people you're going to see when you come in tomorrow? Who are you going to see? You're going to see a judge up there. He wears a robe to remind us all that he's in charge or she's in charge. And you're going to see a clerk here, and it's the clerk's job to keep records. And I'm going to sit here. And when you talk, you're going to sit in that chair. And I'll be right here. And so we would go through that. But that was all because how I looked communicated with them. And it was very interesting to establish relationships. I did that in private practice as well, because I did a fair amount of work as guardian ad litem in litigation for children. In fact, the guy who cuts my hair now, although if you look at me, you recognize that nobody cuts my hair right now until Monday when my vaccination waiting period is up, and then he's going to cut my hair. But I met him when he was 9 years old. I was the guardian ad litem for he and his brother as they struggled in a dysfunctional family, trying to make the best way in the world that we could for them. Now he's all grown up and has his own business, and I go and get my hair cut by this 9-year-old kid. But we have to remember all of that. Everything that you do in your communication, and in particular around conflict and around negotiation, has to be genuine and it has to be fair. You've got to be fair with people as you communicate with them. Now, that wasn't completely true in the first conflict management stuff I got into with the tactical team. The difference was when you negotiated with the tactical team, you could, to a certain extent, lie to the person. Yes, sir, that helicopter's on its way. I just need you to send one hostage out so I know you mean what you say. So we were free in that instance to not necessarily tell the complete truth. But you've got to be genuine and you've got to be fair. And then you need to remember that even the smallest communication that you make can be important and it can have a lasting effect. So you need to recognize that. I got a good hard lesson in that one night. When I was in Baltimore, I drove home on the weekends. So that meant on Fridays, I got up at dark 30 and headed out, and I would typically stop in Blacksburg and work at the office there and then come on in and get in here sometimes late at night. One Friday night, I was almost out of gas, so I knew that I needed to stop and get gas before I got completely home. But I was here in the area, so I stopped at a local gas station and was filling up my car in the grocery store parking lot. And around the corner of the parking lot comes a big logging truck, fully loaded, and it pulls up and stops suddenly, kind of off from the gas pumps. and sitting there running, and a guy jumps out of the logging truck and he's coming directly toward me. So I'm trying to think, this, given my career path, this could be anyone. Who is this? And I vaguely recognize his face as being familiar, but I can't place it and I don't remember. And he walks directly up to me, and I'm looking at, could I jump? How quickly can I jump in the car? If I have to, what's going on? And he looks at me and he says, "You don't remember me, do you?" And I said, "You look familiar, but I was trying to place you." He said, "You sent me to the penitentiary." And I'm going, "Ruh-roh." And he said, "That turned out to be the best thing that ever happened to me." He said, "I'll never forget." He said, "At the end of the trial, when the judge sentenced me to 5 years," and he said, "I did 5 years in the penitentiary." He said, "The judge sentenced me." He said, "You came across the courtroom to my table and you stuck your hand out and we shook hands. And you said, if you go and do your time and keep your nose clean, you can put this all behind you. You get a completely new start. And it's all up to you from here." And he said, "That was the first time that anybody had ever talked to me like I was a man." He said, "You looked at me eye to eye and talked to me in a way that nobody had ever spoken to me." He said, "My teachers didn't treat me that way in school." He said, "People that I knew out in the world didn't treat me that way." He said, "But I decided that I was going to go to prison. I was going to do the time and get out." He said, "You see that truck over there?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "That belongs to me." He said, "I got 2 more just like it." He said, "I got 6 men that work for me." He said, "I got married. I have 2 kids, and they're both on the honor roll at the elementary school." And I'm like, oh, wow, this is breaking a lot better. And the funny part about that is I don't remember anything about that transaction. I know that I did that routinely with defendants that I thought I could talk to, but I have no memory of that at all. And it had no significance for me at all at the time, but it had significance for him. So always remember that even the smallest thing that you do to communicate is important, and it can have lasting importance far beyond what you see at the moment. So those are our principles today. So we'll keep these in mind as we move through.
Zane, can we pause for a question here?
Sure.
I'm curious to understand your perspective and the perspective of others that have coached people that are in engineering, in particular, on these things that you've just described. In my experience, a lot of what this is, these are social interactions. And engineering is not a social exercise. It is an independent exercise. And you go to school and you learn Ohm's law and Boyle's law and very things that are tools that you can go by yourself and solve a problem. And a lot of folks that I work with, engineers that I have to coach into leadership positions and coach on these things, they really struggle to understand the value of these things. Why do I need to care? I'm here to make sure that the bridge doesn't collapse or the plane doesn't crash. And so can you and other folks speak to your experiences in that context with engineers?
Yeah, I think that in my experience is a huge problem. It's a very difficult thing to overcome, and you'll see us talk about topics and tactics that relate to that particular problem as we move through here, because number one, technical folks generally are people who every time they were asked, would you like to deal with people or things? They've said things. And our education as children of the post-Enlightenment is pointed toward the importance of facts, toward the importance of putting a measure on things, metrics. And I've had some interesting experiences. The guys that I worked with in management consulting at the Fort were industrial engineers. So this management consulting group was 3 industrial engineers and me. And one of the guys was our metrics guy. And we were always talking about the importance of measuring something. And so I would kid him about that. I would tell him, you know, Einstein said that most of what we measure doesn't matter, and most of what matters can't be measured. And, you know, we'd go back and forth with he would then make the case for the importance of metrics. So we were in a meeting one day and I told him, I said, I got a great metric for this. We were trying to talk about success with a group of people. I said, we need to take the last 4 digits of everybody's social security number that's going to be involved in this group and get an average, and then determine how many standard deviations each one of them is off of that average. And he said, so what will we know when we do that? And I said, that's exactly the point. What will we know when we do that? But that emphasis on the facts, and we'll talk about it when we talk about Aristotle's Rhetoric, we'll talk about the fact that we focus on what Aristotle calls the logos, and we forget about what Aristotle calls pathos, which is the feeling that goes in. So yeah, that's a huge problem. And I've encouraged INCOSE-CC that we need to be careful, because even when we teach communications, we tend to have an engineer who's going to teach communications. And I joke with some of my buddies that are engaged in that and tell them a course on soft skills taught by engineers bears a strange resemblance to airplanes designed by lawyers. You know, it's an interesting concept, but I wouldn't want to fly. So that is, and every survey that you hear, that you see rather, points up the missing skills for engineers when we start talking about skills and competencies are the soft skills. That's always missing. But we can't convince educators to put that into the engineering curriculum. You know, you've got a limited number of electives, and so you spend those, and typically you'll spend them on things that have a technical orientation to them anyway, and totally avoid. So I can't go to an engineering group and talk about a Sisyphean task, because nobody knows the myth of Sisyphus or the significance of what Sisyphus' task was. You know, so all of those things are a problem for engineers. Now, there are some engineers that are very good at it because they've recognized that they need to make some effort to do that. And actually, designing and presenting this course is an effort to try to make inroads there. But that's your biggest uphill climb when you're working with groups of technical people. And it's not just engineers either. I found it when I was practicing law, when I hit the guys that were doing the more technical aspects of the law who never went to court. When I was at Social Security, I was one of 3 lawyers in my group, including the supervisor. And the other 2 had never seen the inside of a courtroom. So they didn't really understand that environment.
My hypothesis is the what you describe as soft skills um, uh, educating and helping people understand the value of them is contextual. So engineers have specific needs for soft skills. And if you pull soft skills for, say, physicians or nurses or the folks that work in the steel industry, it's not necessarily going to be the same. So the generic soft skills stuff that's out there, an individual might be able to figure out how it's generally applicable. But as an engineering organization, there's a lot of people that just say, I don't get why I need to care about this stuff. And they just kind of dismiss it right out of hand.
Yeah, that's true. And the funny part about that is that the first place that most technical people will encounter the need for soft skills is at the apex of their career. And so the only way to go up at some point is to go up out of technical into these areas where you have to make presentations, you have to persuade people, you have to work with the people under you. And doctors have the same problem. I had surgery on my back, and the surgeon that I had was recommended by a good friend of mine who's a cardiologist who knew all the medical guys. And he said, this is a guy you want to work on your back. But be careful, he's had his personality removed. And so he has no bedside manner. And in fact, he didn't have any bedside manner at all. He wasn't unpleasant. He was just awkward. One of the most awkward people I've ever met. And my cardiologist buddy bet me dinner. He said, if you can get him to laugh, I'll buy you a dinner at a local restaurant that both of us like. So I said, okay. So I was able to get him to laugh. He was telling me that my back needed he could work on my back and widen the opening for the nerves that went down into my legs and fix the numbness and the pain that I was experiencing. But he said, really, you'll probably be back in 6 to 9 months and need to have those two vertebrae fused together so that they're not closing up. So I could go ahead and do both the opening and the fusion, or we could just do the opening and see how long that works, and that's an easier, or I could do, and it's like watching a tennis match, back and forth with this awkward explanation. So I said, look, here's the way it works. I'm a trained hostage negotiator. What that means is if we go out of this room and discover that somebody's taken your staff hostage, then you're going to do everything I tell you to do. And I'm going to drive and make the decisions. I said, but the situation we're really in is one of us is a hostage negotiator, which is irrelevant, and the other one is a back surgeon. So the hostage negotiator is going to do everything the back surgeon tells him to do. So what should I do? And he laughed and told me to get the fusion. So that's what we did. But that was just a case. I mean, a wonderful guy and an awesome surgeon, thankfully. I woke up and could wiggle my toes, which I hadn't been able to do in 9 months. And, wonderful result, but no soft skills at all. None. It's totally awkward.
I have a question, if you don't mind, if that's okay. Sure. It kind of piggybacks on Sean's question as well. And I kind of recently experienced this, and I don't know if you're going to be getting to this topic as well, but I also, this is kind of my first foray into being a systems engineer. And one of our most recent stand-up meetings was talking about a certain ticketing system that we've been trying to engineer and perfect. And one of the veterans that's kind of been there for a while, he was piping up and he said that I'm not really sure that I believe in this ticketing system. I don't really care about it. So if you're going to go this way with it, he said, and I quote, "I'm just going to take my ball and go home." You know, so it is there. My initial want is to kind of be dismissive about those kinds of people and comments, and I want to ask if there's any value in being that type of person, in the sense that if I find something of no value, can I choose to be sort of a non-team player and go this direction without being with my team and trying to figure it out? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And in fact, it makes enough sense that in the world of negotiation, that's called the walk-off card. When you go into a negotiation, you kind of have a walk-off card in your pocket, but so does everybody else. And so you need to have strategies that help you get around that. The last topic that we'll talk about today is called interest-based problem solving. And we'll discuss this in detail, but in order to answer your question, everybody coming into a situation, particularly a situation that involves change, a disruption of the status quo in some way, everybody has a position, and those are typically well defined. So he defined his position. You do this, I'm out of here. He played his walk-off card. But every position is crafted as the result of interests that are behind it. And our challenge, if we want to really get to solution with folks, is to be able to work our way through the position to the interests and discover what the interests are, and then talk about solutions in terms of satisfying interests. So crafting solutions that maximize our satisfaction of interests. I say this somewhere in here, I can't remember exactly which section I bring it up in, but one of the very best questions you can ask yourself is what would cause a thinking adult to say or do something like that? Why? What's going on? What's causing him to play his, I'm going to take my ball and go home card? There's something that brings that on. And very often that has an emotional component. Yeah, and we'll talk about that. We'll talk about, when we talk about Aristotle's rhetoric, it's got an emotional component. There's also, a logical component. And so we're trained to deal with the logical component, and we're not trained to deal with the emotional component. The Heath brothers have written several books, and in one of their books, they talk about something that comes from a psychologist who was at UVA at the time that he came up with this. But he says that as people, we're like an elephant with a rider on it. And the rider is logic and reason and facts. And so the rider is theoretically guiding the elephant, and the elephant is emotion. And so what this boils down to is the rider can use various techniques to get the elephant to go in the direction that the rider wants him to go. But if the elephant decides to go in a different direction, guess who goes in whose direction? And if emotionally people decide to go in a different direction, then they're going to go in that direction. And we'll talk about some examples of that. But the way to get around that is, and the first strategy is, you want to go in recognizing that there are going to be positions. So you want to go in on the front end discovering interests. because you want to get back to the interest before they have a chance to harden their position. Because once they harden their position, then they've got sunk cost and investment in that, and they'll anchor on that. So that's why you have a sticker price on a used car, because the used car salesman wants you to anchor on that price. So now we're talking about something a little lower than that price or something a little higher than that price, but you'll come out in that range. So you want to get to it before you've let them anchor. So that's a great question. And that's a situation that we all face from time to time. And the trick is to get to their interest before they have a chance to get to their position.
Thank you.
To your point, why it's a good question. We face that ourselves too. We have to recognize that in ourselves when we're about to play that card. When maybe it's a little premature, right?
Yep.
Guilty.
Yeah, and we'll come out with something like that, and then that's where we're stuck. You know, I can't do anything other than this now. There's no way I can let him institute that ticketing system, because if I do, I've now obligated myself to leave. And so, you know, once we play that card in our sales, so all of this is pointed at recognize this in others, but it's all also pointed in recognize the self in yourself. Okay, great discussion. Thanks. Exactly what I'm looking for. Okay, we're at 10 o'clock, so take a 10-minute break. Is that satisfactory with everybody? All right, we'll see you in 10 minutes. discussion, by the way. Good questions and exactly what we're looking for here. So if you have questions, I'm not able to monitor the chat. So if I'm not answering your chat questions, it's because I'm not able to look over there.
I have a procedural question for everybody and for using. Is the chat distracting? So sometimes instead of raising it verbally, we put things in the chat if it's kind of salient to where the conversation is, but that does flash on screen. So, you know, it's up to you. I don't want to put them in. I was hesitant if it's too distracting.
It's not bothering me.
Anyone
And
else?
typically we try to save the chat. So I'm hoping that Clinton will save the chat and share it with me and share it with everybody. So I think that is valuable, but it's not distracting. All right.
Well, I'd like to say, I find it interesting to hear people's thoughts in the chat as the conversation is going, because it's not, I see a point of view that I don't necessarily consider myself, and it's not distracting at all. It's actually, I find it enhances the information that I'm getting.
Yeah, because we would be doing more of that in the room, right? To your point about what is missing, sometimes it's just, it elides into the conversation smoothly without distracting you as a speaker. And that doesn't quite happen on Zoom. And so the chat seems to be replacing that in a lot of meetings, I've noticed.
Yeah.
As long as it isn't distracting or verboten.
Right. No. Very good. Everything's proceeding fine from my perspective. Okay, so let's talk about active listening. This quote from Stephen Covey is something that should be reiterated as much as possible. And that is, when we're listening, very often we tend to listen with the intent to reply. So you're crafting your argument. Something that I have to discipline myself to do, because not only do I have the personality inclination to do this, but I'm trained to do it. So when a witness is saying something in a trial, you know, I'm making a mental note of what they're saying, figuring out what questions I'm going to ask to respond to that. You know, all the things that are going on around me, tracking the arguments, tracking the questions, trying to pay attention to that. But what I need to be doing is I need to be listening to the person who is speaking with the intent to understand where they're coming from and what they're asking. So that's a very important consideration. Now, if you say listen to most people, the first thing that they think about is listening with their ears. And we listen with our ears, but we have to listen with other things as well. Our other senses we listen with, particularly listening with our eyes. So you can tell, you know, what's somebody doing. We'll talk a little bit about body language, but you can look at body language. You know, if you've got somebody who's giving it this, with the crossed arms up high on their chest, setting up a barrier, no matter what they're saying, that's giving you some additional information about what they're actually thinking. And remember, we're trying to penetrate through the positions to the interests. So lots of times the visual cues that you pick up are cueing you into what the interests are that are behind the words they say. So it's not just listening to hear the words and to hear the inflection, which is important, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But we're looking for visual cues. We also need to recognize that our intuitions, what we sense about another person, can give us information. Now, that shouldn't control, because we can be all wrong. Our intuition about somebody may be wrong, but it needs to be a piece of the information that we process as we listen. Our knowledge of the situation and the person involved, you know, understand where they're coming from. understand why they do the things that they do. So all of that needs to be molded together into a picture of what's being said and what's being meant, because we're trying to develop real understanding. Now, communication is more than the words. So we're going to take a simple sentence and we're going to unpack it a little bit and talk about how it's more than the words. And the sentence is this one: I didn't take your red coat yesterday. All right, there's a number of ways that that could be said. I didn't take your red coat yesterday. And the behind the statement of that inflection is, I didn't take it, but somebody else did. Okay. There's no difference in the words at all from the first statement, but there's a difference in the inflection that goes with it. I didn't take your red coat yesterday. I just borrowed it. So the inflection on take in that case shows that we're talking about the difference between take and borrow. I didn't take your red coat yesterday. The coat I took belongs to somebody else. So the inflection there is on your. Still, we haven't changed any of the words, but we've changed the meaning 3 different times. Here's a 4th time. I didn't take your red coat yesterday. The one I took was blue. So once again, inflection and a different meaning. I didn't take your red coat yesterday. I took a sweatshirt. So that's I didn't take your red coat yesterday. I took your red coat, but it was last week. So we have a number of different inflections on the different words that are in that sentence. And each one of the different inflections produces a different meaning. So it's more than the words that are said, it's also how they're said. Our job, however, is to listen for the intended meaning. So we need to listen for the intended meaning. Now, this is a good example of how communication in our technical media can take away some of the meaning. If we just wrote down the words, let's say that one of the how many 5 different inflections here was intended, but you're reading a transcript which says, I didn't take your red coat yesterday. So which one of the 5 inflections was meant? You can't tell that from a transcript because the transcript shut down the channel that allowed you to pick up the inflection. In the same way, you have to be really, really careful with emails. You know, you can write something in an email that you think is hilarious, but it's hard to pick up sarcasm and humor and those kinds of things. So, you know, I'm kind of from the old school technologically, in that when I first started my professional life, I had a dictation machine on my desk. I made cassette tapes with dictation on it, and somebody else typed it up, and that was technology. I didn't do any of the typing myself at all. So now I live in a world where there's memes and emoticons and all kinds of things. Do I need to be aware and use those kinds of things? Sure I do. Because when I write something funny, I need to put a smiley face after it so that the person who gets it knows I'm not being serious. Now, if you know me, you know, somebody asked my dad one time, my brothers and I had sung somewhere, and one of the people in the audience was a teacher that a couple of us had, and she asked my dad, she said, how can I tell when your boys are being funny instead of serious? My dad said, check to see if they're awake. So if you know me very well, you know that I'm not necessarily being serious for a large portion of the time. But when I'm denied channels, I've got to put something in there that indicates I intend this to be funny and I'm being serious about that. So those extra things are an attempt to electronically open up some of the channels that are closed down by the technical method of communication that we're using. Now let's talk a little bit about some of the communication channels that are particularly important. The obvious channel is the denotation. This is the direct stated meaning of the words that are said. You do need to pay attention to the words that are said. Pay attention to their meanings. There's a great quote, I don't have it included in this course, I probably should have, that comes from the book Alice in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. And Humpty Dumpty says, when I use a word, it has the meaning that I intend for it to mean. So if I intend for it to mean this, it means that. And people will tend to use that. One that threw me when I first started working in the intelligence community, that was my first direct contact with folks who developed software. And we would meet with software developers and they would talk about, my program is operating system agnostic. So I'm like, oh, agnostic, that's a word I know. It comes from the Greek word gnosis, which is the word for knowledge. And the prefix a on a Greek word means without. So this means without knowledge. Why would anybody who wrote a software program claim that it was clueless about the operating system? What kind of sense does that make? That's not what they mean. What they mean is they mean that it doesn't care which operating system we're using. That doesn't matter. Well, there's a Greek word for caring or concern. It's pathos, feelings. So if you're without feelings, you're apathetic. So what they really meant was my software is operating system apathetic. But I guess they didn't really want to use the word pathetic in connection with their software, so they were using agnostic. But we have to watch the denotation. Now we can carry the denotation thing too far. I have a good friend who is retired now from the Air Force, and he is much more conservative than I am, which is not hard to get. If you put me in a room, most of the people are going to be much more conservative than I am. But he likes to talk politics with me. And so one of the things is he's an originalist when it comes to the Constitution. He says we need to look at the plain meaning of the words in the Constitution. And so if it's not included in the powers of government in the Constitution, if it's not specifically included there, then it's not there. You can't read things into it. So I tell him, okay, so every month when you get your retirement check from the Air Force, do you send it back to them? And he said, of course not. And I said, why not? Because Article 1 of the Constitution gives Congress the power to raise and support armies and to provide for and care for a Navy. But the Air Force is nowhere mentioned in the Constitution. So using your theory of constitutional interpretation, the Air Force is unconstitutional. So you can regard your pension as ill-gotten unconstitutional gains. You should be sending it back. So he's like, well, you know, they didn't know about an Air Force at the time that the Constitution was drafted. They intended to provide for the defense of the country. And so it's now necessary to have an Air Force in order to provide what they intended. I said, oh, so really It's the intent that we read. So we can read things into the Constitution that are not there. So we have that going back and forth. But what we're talking about there is the importance of denotation. Connotation is another channel for communication. So that's the meaning that's suggested by the use of words in a particular context. What does that mean? You know, of course, it could not possibly mean that software developers think that their programs don't have a clue about the operating system. What's the connotation of the way that they're using agnostic there? That gives me a clue. It may be improper in terms of the rules of English usage, but I need to read beyond that and pick up the connotations. We just had an exercise in the inflection channel. Then you have the nonverbal channels. So you have the facial expressions. Somebody can, you know, can say it. It would, you know, my mom had ways of saying things that turned something innocuous into something that was laden with meaning. You know, she was a teacher, so she had all kinds of tools that were developed over the years for conveying what she meant. And she did that through body language and through facial expressions. And so she was very good at expressing things. So you had to look beyond the actual words that she said. Okay, so don't do your homework. Now, did that mean, oh boy, I can just head out now? I'm off the hook? No, it didn't mean that at all. And the rest of the channels were telling me, no, it doesn't mean that. You're not off the hook here. So we have facial expression and body language. Now, there's a lot that's been written and a lot that's read into body language. You need to be very, very careful about trying to read body language, because body language varies from person to person, and it varies from situation to situation. And so specific gestures don't have particular specific meanings. The research doesn't necessarily back it up. One that was popular when I was practicing law was, there were people out there who said that if someone looks up and to the left when they answer your question, they're lying, because liars will look up and to the left. Not true. People who look up and to the left look up and to the left. So that, you know, that's not a good clue. Now, if you have somebody who nods their head in a way that contradicts what they're saying, that can be a clue that you can use that they don't really believe what they're saying. Yes, we absolutely did do that. Shaking your head side to side probably means no, we didn't do that. You know, nodding your head in assent while saying there's no way I could go along with that. That's a clue that that might be a path that you could get to with this particular person. Just be careful when you pick up cues from body language and facial expression and from the words and from the inflections. Be careful to read all of those clues together to form your impression. The other thing is, you probably should learn to trust your gut. Develop your gut, but trust your gut in terms of the impression that people make, and make those assessments. Always go ahead.
I was going to ask that if there are, as you're saying, you can read about all these indicators and so on, but as a practice, trying to do that, or should we just be trying to do this, you know, better listening and develop it kind of more at a gut level than at a heuristic level?
Yeah, that's the most valuable, is to do the better listening and to work it from the gut level. You know, if you've got the time to really become an expert and to read all of the research, so you know the ones that say yes and the ones that say no and the ones that all of what it says, then you can start to weight that more. but take in all of the given your level of understanding of the different kinds of signals. But the bottom line is learn to trust your gut. Learn to do that. I learned different techniques in working with witnesses on the stand, for instance. One of my favorite techniques in our courtroom that I practiced in here locally most of the time, the witness stand is located between the two counsel's tables in the courtroom. So the witness sits in the stand between the two lawyers' tables, facing the judge with the jury off to the right. Now, that meant that I could get up from counsel's table when I was questioning a witness, and I could stand against the rail just behind and out of the vision of the witness. Why would I do that? Well, the reason for doing that is that I learned over time that makes people nervous. If you can't see, if you're worried about what the questioner is going to ask you, and you're sitting on that witness stand thinking, is this guy trying to trip me up? Is he trying to take me somewhere I don't want to go? So you start with that level of anxiety, and then you ask them, and the questions come from someplace they can't see. They have to turn their heads to get a look at you. That can be very effective. Now, you can't pull that off for long because the other side's going to object or the judge is going to tell you to move around. So I would move around. But if I had a real important question to ask, I would stand out of their line of vision and ask the question and then gauge the impact as I went. But it's developing that gut. It's developing that intuition about people. You can see the message have impact. You can see people will start to nod as you make your points or as you ask your questions, and you can see who it's resonating with, and you can learn to read the room. So the best possible way to communicate is in person. And with technology, of course, what we need to recognize is that when you're dealing with technology, and each technology is a little bit different, but when you're dealing with technology, what's happening is some of the channels are being shut down. So that means you need to craft strategies of other ways to get at what you would learn through that channel, still using the technology, and recognize the limitations of what you are getting when you're using the technology. I can tell you that in person is a lot more fun. I mean, I would drive to be with you guys this morning if that were at all feasible. I would drive and be there in person if I could. It's a lot more fun and a lot better way to communicate. Yes, Sean.
I have a question for you. Where this dialogue is kind of leading to, for me, it's a leading question into emotional intelligence. Because the engineers I work with, you say we listen to understand. They are hyper intelligent people, and their level of understanding is all about, I understand. They don't listen for, oh, this person doesn't feel like they're being heard. They're disengaging, they're frustrated, they're on the verge, they're having anxiety, they're overwhelmed. There's all those things that a leader needs to pay attention to that the engineers don't necessarily pay attention to that. So is this connecting with what you're getting? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to specifically talk about emotional intelligence today. That's worth a 4-hour course in and of itself. But if you want to look at something, if you want to try to develop something that'll help you, and begin with Daniel Goleman's work. That's the first place to go for the emotional intelligence stuff. But that's very, very helpful because that talks to you about how you become sensitive and aware and able to deal with emotional intelligence.
Thank you.
One of the things that you have to be mindful of as you communicate is what is your role in the communication? So we all play lots of roles. And one of the roles is the role of counselor. And when I was in graduate school in counseling, the first thing that we did was survey a whole bunch of different counseling styles. And when you're in a counseling relationship, the person you're communicating with, and typically you're communicating in this instance with one person rather than a group. Group counseling is would be a huge challenge that I'm frankly not brave enough to undertake. But typically counseling is a one-on-one, and the person is seeking your help or seeking your advice. And that's put you into the counseling role. One of the guys that we encountered was a guy named Carl Rogers. And when you get to Carl Rogers in the counseling survey, you find out that his counseling can best be described as person-centered. So his counseling methods are centered on the person who is undergoing the counseling. And he is very non-directive. Some people interpret the counseling role as, I'll listen to you lay out the facts and then I'll tell you what the answer is. And that was not Carl Rogers at all. Carl Rogers said that people will come to you as a counselor with the answer that they need all balled up inside of them. They know what the answer is. It's not front of mind. It's not out there in their executable knowledge, but they know what their answer is. And you can think of it as all balled up like a big ball of string. And so what the counselor's job is to help the person, lead the person through unraveling that so that they're able to stretch that out and look at it and ultimately discover it. And you do this by giving them unconditional positive regard. So somebody comes in and starts to lay out a problem. You don't go, oh my goodness, I can't, you should be in prison. I can't believe you did that or said that or whatever. You give them unconditional positive regard so that they'll stay open and continue to give you stuff. And you need to say things like, and how did that make you feel? And what did you do next? What did you say to them? So what I hear you saying is, and he had all of these phrases that you use in Carl and Rogerian counseling. Well, of course, we had to do role plays in the class of all these different methods of counseling. And so when I did my Carl Rogers role play, I felt ridiculous. So what I hear you saying is, and how did that make you feel? And I'm sitting there thinking, how am I going to take this out in the world? Nobody is going to pay money to hear me say things like that. That's just not going to work in the practical world. It just didn't seem practical. So fast forward, I go on through the counseling program. I get some counseling experience. I go on to law school, and I get out and I go into private practice, and in come people into my office. And in a small firm in a small town, the way to look at things is that they bring you their problems in a big sack. And they come in, and if you can establish the relationship with them to where they trust you, they're going to take that sack and dump it out on your desk. And when they dump their sack, you're not going to get to say, now just the legal problems. I only want the legal problems. They're going to give you their personal problems, their physical problems, their medical problems, their financial problems. I mean, it's all just going to kind of come tumbling out together. So what I found as I was was developing those relationships and leading people through discussing the problems and trying to figure out how we were going to help them, I found myself sitting back and saying, so what I hear you saying is, and how did that make you feel? So what did you say to them? And all these things, and people are getting up from those sessions and going, you know, that is great. I think we can do what you're recommending, which was typically to do what they knew we needed to do anyway. And so what do I owe you? You know, they're like, they're willing to pay for this. And I'm like, Carl Rogers is a genius. And Carl Rogers really was a genius, because what he was talking about was good, sound, active listening and personal communication. Another role that we have is that of sounding board. Recognize when you're called on to be a sounding board. A sounding board is exactly that. What does the board contribute into the situation in terms of suggestions? Nothing. You're simply reflecting. You're just being called on to be sympathetic, to offer positive regard, and to allow them to discuss their problems. Sometimes being a sounding board is very, very similar to Rogerian counseling, because you're doing the kinds of things that Carl Rogers recommends, but it's pure listening, and you have to learn that. My boys, and I'll blame this on my wife, but we have, during this COVID period, we have pretty much daily calls with our two boys who are 36 and 34 and live up in Northern Virginia. So we have these discussions. And our youngest in particular will warn his mom, Mom, this is just a subject for information. It is not a problem to be solved, because she is want to jump out of the sounding board role and into the counselor role and into being directive. And so we do that lots of times with people. We're giving them unwanted advice. And if you're just compelled to give them advice, you know, if they're wanting to jump off a cliff and you think you can keep them from doing that, then the one thing that the sounding board needs to know, the one phrase that you need to know is, may I offer you some feedback? And you can transition from the sounding board role into a little more counseling role with that, if they say yes. So be careful to listen for the answer when you ask that. Now, very often we're called upon to do this communication and assessment of others and what they really mean as a participant in a discussion or in a debate, in a meeting. So in a meeting, you don't have the luxury of saying, okay, I'm going to be the counselor here. Who appointed you the counselor? And you're not the facilitator either. You're a participant. But these skills you need to learn to use as a participant without stepping out of your participant role, whether that's a participant in a discussion or a participant in a debate. How many people do you hear in a discussion? Say you've got 4 or 5 peers who are in a discussion, and you can see the wheels grinding as people are talking. They're just waiting their turn. There's a clip on the old Hill Street Blues that I wish I could get permission to use, but the captain who's in charge of the SWAT team goes into a lunch counter situation, and he's seated beside a guy named Belker. If you remember that show, Belker was kind of the dirty, grungy detective guy. And so the captain is ordering off of the menu, and he's got an order, and he wants things this way with mayonnaise, without mayonnaise, you know, and he's given the order that way. Belker wants a glass of water. And when the waitress leaves with the captain's order and Belker's order for a glass of water. Belker pulls up a paper bag, reaches into the bag and gets out a pint jar and unscrews the lid and starts to fish out pickled eggs and eat them out of his jar. He's sticking his dirty hands down in this jar and eating these eggs. So kind of gives you a picture of the squared away guy and the sort of dirty, grungy guy. They're having a conversation, but neither one is listening to the other. Conversation in that sense means taking turns talking. So they're making speeches, giving presentations, and they're taking turns doing it. So one waits until the other one has to take a breath and he starts. And it's really great because you see these two conversations going on side by side, ostensibly with each other. And we're in that situation a lot. So we need to learn to use our active listening skills there. And finally, sometimes we're the facilitator. So we're working with a group and we're trying to get a group to come to a decision, to move in a direction. And the biggest overriding concern that makes that role difference is we have an obligation to be balanced and fair. So if you're the facilitator, you don't really need to be an advocate. If you have to be an advocate, then don't be the facilitator. That's why in Robert's Rules of Order and in most legislative bodies, the chair cannot speak to a particular motion. So if you want to speak, don't be the chair, because if you need to participate in the discussion in terms of advocacy, then you need to lay down your role that requires you to be balanced and fair so that people are not confused about that. We see people violate this all the time. The quote here is really valid. We need to remember that sometimes all a person wants is an empathetic ear. All he or she needs is to talk it out. And lots of times that's what they need. And they'll come to a conclusion and they'll do something. And all you've really done is kind of the Carl Rogers. So how did that make you feel? And you move through those conversations. And what you're trying to project is that you are empathetic, that you're listening, that you're trying to understand, that you're honoring what they have to say. Now, when we begin to communicate with somebody, we need to do several things. We need to silence our inner dialogue. We all have this talk, this conversation that runs in our heads, soundtrack that's going on all the time. We need to learn to silence that. If you have trouble doing that, learn to meditate. When you meditate, having thoughts are not bad. You just simply acknowledge that's a thought and you let it go by. So you let it travel out of your consciousness. So you learn to silence your inner dialogue. Why? Because it's talking over what you're trying to listen to. So sometimes when you're in the car and you've got something playing, try to remember what's playing on the radio when you've been deep in thought about something for 5 minutes. Can't remember it at all because you're not really listening. What?
Or what street you just passed when you're on autopilot.
Yeah,
you're not
exactly.
Looking for some new place like you're supposed to.
Yeah,
So,
where am I?
attentional tunneling, right?
Right. The big advantage of having been in Baltimore and making the commute once in each direction every week for 15 years was that my car did it by itself. But I would find that, I'm trying to listen to a course on tape or listen to a book. And I would think, gosh, I don't remember what they were talking about. Why? Because something interesting came up and I followed that rabbit trail and I was gone. Or I'd look up and think, man, I'm in Lexington already? How'd that happen? So, you have to be careful with what's going on inside your head. Make eye contact. That's one of the most important things you can do. If you're looking off in all different directions, you're sending a message that you're not paying attention, that somehow you're really not here. You're not in this. Use their name. That's very powerful. So you use their name as you talk with them. Our negotiation instructor, when I took the first hostage negotiation course, said, if you can get the guy inside the house to use your name, you're half done. And the reason is that's telling you that he now sees you as a person. He sees you as a conversation partner. You've made strides in building relationship and building trust. And so you want to signal to the people that you're communicating with, I'm communicating with you. I'm making that connection. I'm interested in that. Project a friendly expression. Could you talk to the lady in the picture? You feel like you could talk to her in a work situation? Yeah. I mean, she's got a friendly expression. She's standing there, actually inclining your head to one side or the other is taken by lots of the body language experts to indicate interest. That's a good way to indicate that you're connected. But she's sending all the signals that she could send in a picture that she is interested in communicating with you. Signal that you're listening. So the eye contact, the use of the name, indicate that you're listening. Make references to the last things that they've said. So when you do reply, refer to the last thing that you said. Did you notice, and I wasn't doing it just as a trick, but I've ingrained it in myself to the point that when Matt asked the question about the ticketing system, later on during the answer, I made a reference to the ticketing system. That sends the message I was listening. You know, I actually heard that. Be aware of your nonverbals. Don't just try to pick up their nonverbals, but look at what your nonverbals are. See what it is that you're telegraphing.
Okay,
Don't
oh, sorry. I got a quick question, Zane.
Sure.
I see the picture of the woman there, and again, the smile, what have you, but she's got her arms crossed, and to me, it's telling me that's a little bit of mixed signals, because I guess some of the things I've learned is if somebody has their arms out and they're kind of like willing to greet you type of thing, then it's really showing very good reception on her side. But yet I see her arms crossed and I'm kind of like, well, okay. But then I realize now with the big smile and everything that maybe she is trying to say, okay, what do you got for me today? Like we're going to talk about the cooking class or something. In other words, there's some energy there. So I guess, but if I just look strictly at somebody who's got their arms folded, you're trying to go into tell them that MBSC is the greatest thing since sliced bread, and they got their arms crossed and they got a scowl on their face. They're like, okay, you got your work cut out for you.
And actually, you've been reading my notes.
Yeah.
I had to look around to find this.
Yeah.
Because I looked until I found somebody that looked inviting, but they had their arms crossed.
Oh.
Because when I talk about be aware of your nonverbals, lots of people interpret the crossed arms as a closed posture. But crossing your arms, if you do it up high, and you lean back with it and lean away, then that's probably the indication of what you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay.
Hers is probably the warmth and kind of a self-hug gesture. But the point here is to read all of these things together. So the crossed arms and the fact that they're low and the smile and the head canted to one side and the direct eye contact all need to be read together. And you follow your gut there.
Zane, and I think this is a really good example of social biases interpreting things, because in the context of people that work with contaminants, they wear gloves and they make sure that they keep their hands protected away from other people. And if you don't work in that environment, that's not the social thing that you would appreciate or understand. So this is a really good example of awareness and seeking to understand why a person is communicating the way they are.
Yeah. And she's got on gloves. Good point. Good catch.
Well, actually, this is a stock photo that looks like a model. Any of us in labs would say this is a bogus photo because no, you don't put your gloved hands under your coat at all.
Yes, yes,
And
yeah.
you would call your colleague out on that saying, what are you doing? So
Yep.
actually, no, we're trained to keep our hands and only be working. And if you're going to talk to somebody, you actually strip your gloves off and keep them open and so on and away
Yep,
from
yep.
them. So it's a stock model photo. Sorry to burst your bubble there.
Yeah. All right. So the next one is the rule that I intentionally called off here for this class, and that is don't interrupt. There's a tendency to interrupt. Let people finish their thought. The worst thing that you can do than interrupt is you can make it worse by finishing their sentences. We've all known people who listen just to the point where they think they know what you're going to say, and then they say it for you. Ever run into anybody like that? So they'll listen just to a point, and then they'll say, okay, so you want to do this. Well, I don't think that's a good thing to do. And they're off and running. Or you take a breath. I have some challenges dealing with interrupters because I tend to talk slower. For one thing, I'm trained as a presenter to talk more slowly than I might be inclined to. And for another, you can tell with my accent that I probably naturally talk slow. So I leave gaps in there. And if I'm dealing with an interrupter, they're good at jumping right into that gap, give them a little bit, and we're off into their speech. Listen. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Zane. So
No.
Speaking to that aspect of that your speaking style lends to interrupters, because I find that happens to me a lot too. And I fall more on the other side where I listen more than I speak. And sometimes that I feel like that kind of hurts me because it's not a conversation anymore. Like you were saying earlier, like they're just kind of talking from their perspective, and they're not really, they're speaking to you, their manifesto, so to speak. They're not really talking for you to get their input. So how do you, just if I could, not derail this conversation, but how do you manage that?
One of the best ways that I've found to manage that when I'm dealing with somebody who is going to unload their manifesto is I let them unload until they run out of steam. And that can take an uncomfortably long time for that to happen. But when they run out of steam, then what I do is I try to go back and reframe what they've said. So I use that Carl Rogers, some form of the Carl Rogers question or statement by saying, so what I hear you saying is that you don't want to do this because this, and so I do a reframing of what they've said. And that tends to send a signal even to the manifesto speaker that, hey, I got listened to. And so they're not as bad to interrupt that. And then I can move from there and I can say, so I understand your concern about my putting my gloves under my arm and the problem with contamination, but I'm done with what I was doing at the bench, and I didn't want to interrupt our opportunity to have a conversation here, so I didn't bother stripping off the gloves. And so you can make a reply after you've made a reframing. by addressing it to the things in the reframing as you go. And that tends to work, but I have a good friend who has an older sister who basically ran his life when we were kids. I mean, his sister told him what to do. And so she would start in on him and she would rant and rave and go on and on and on and on. And when she paused, he would say, "Are you done?" And that was a good way of kind of diffusing her, because then he would start. And if he started and she started back, he said, "Oh, okay, so you weren't really done." And then he would shut up until she ran out of steam again. So that involves you using your listening skills beyond what's comfortable, but it can be very effective for dealing with that.
I bet it can.
So be sure to listen for content as well. So don't get all lost in the other channels. So you don't want to miss the content channel any more than you want to miss the nonverbals or miss the other things that are going on. Watch all the channels and pay attention to the nonverbal as well as the verbal, and pay attention to the content as well as to those things. This poem by Kipling I included here in the slides, and I'll send you all a PDF of the slides when I'm done. But this poem really lays out some good stuff. I keep 6 honest serving men. They taught me all I knew. Their names are what and why and when and how and where and who. I send them over land and sea. I send them east and west. But after they have worked for me, I give them all a rest. I let them rest from 9 till 5, for I am busy then, as well as breakfast, lunch, and tea, for they are hungry men. But different folk have different views. I know a person small. She keeps 10 million serving men who get no rest at all. She sends them abroad on her own affairs from the second she opens her eyes. 1 million hows, 2 million wheres, and 7 million whys. Now, the wisdom in Kipling's poem comes from the fact that he was a reporter. So his serving men were the reporter's classic questions. This is what the reporter wants to know. And those are good questions for us to use. Very often people will tell you what, but not why. So ask why. Learn to ask why. And we'll talk a little bit more about the why question. Learn to ask who, how, and where, and who, and use those serving men that Kipling as a reporter used. Questions and other clarifying responses. Clarifying are things that you would say like, let me see if I understand. Are you saying that? And then you ask a question. So you're seeking to clarify what's being said. Asking eliciting questions. So what happened then? Get them to expand, pull more detail out. My dad was a plant engineer at a corduroy plant for most of my high school years. And the plant engineers took turns being on duty for the plant during the weekend. And one weekend he was on duty, and in the middle of the night on Saturday night, our phone rang and I heard my dad answer. And it was the guard at the plant. And the guard said, "Mr. Scott, we ain't got no lights in plant 3. And Dad said, "The lights are off in plant 3? He said, "Yes, sir." And Dad said, "Well, did you turn on the generator?" And he said, "Generator won't start." And Dad said, "The generator won't start." He said, "No, sir, it won't." Dad said, "Why not?" He said, "I think the shaft's bent." And this is a big, heavy generator. So Dad says, "How did the shaft get bent?" He said, "I think it got bent when it hit the wall." And Dad said, how did the generator hit the wall? He said, when the water come through there, it washed it over into the wall. And Dad said, you have water in plant 3? He said, yeah, about 3 foot. Dad says, you've got a flood in plant 3 and you called to tell me that the lights are off. So sometimes you have to elicit, you've got to ask questions, you know, you got to get people to really show you what it is they're trying to talk about. So this guy called up about a very small problem, which was the symptom of the fact that the whole entire facility was flooded. It was 3 feet deep in water. The river had overrun its banks. When you make responses, you can reframe. That's one of the most powerful things that you can do. You can play off the reframing. Reframing sends a message to them that you understand, and that you understand what they're saying. You get what it is they're trying to convey. You can also reflect, and you should not forget to reflect. Often we do this, and this is how we give them back what it is we are sensing as their feelings. And with reframing and reflecting, saying things like, you must have been sad or upset or glad to hear that. That's saying, I'm sensing that this is your emotion. With the reframing, you're saying, this is what I sense this is what I hear your content as. And reflecting, you're reflecting emotions. In both cases, you're looking for validation of your understanding. You're sending a message to the person, look, I'm trying to understand, I'm listening, I'm paying attention. But you're asking for validation back. So you want to iterate until there's agreement, until they say, yes, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. My point exactly. They'll give you some signal like that, that you understand what it is they're trying to say. So avoid judgment as you reframe and reflect. So they may say something that's just incredible, but you don't want to give them you said that? Really? Can't believe you said that. No wonder she was mad. You don't want to give judgmental responses, basically because that's the end of what they're going to give you. Once you begin to judge what it is they're giving you, then they're going to quit giving you other stuff to judge, because nobody likes that. Mr. Rogers, who was a great philosopher and theologian, said, in times of stress, the best thing we can do for each other is to listen with our ears and our hearts, and to be assured that our questions are just as important as our answers. So recognize that questions are powerful and they're important.
Zane, I have a question.
Yeah.
Are you going to address, or do you have any thoughts about what happens when two people in a conversation are both attempting to actively listen to each other and to reflect? And like, what do you do when you recognize that somebody is reflecting or reframing what you just said?
You affirm that. When they reframe and say, am I correct in thinking? Then at that point, that's your cue to say, to reinforce that by saying, absolutely, you absolutely. And so you start to affirm that behavior. If you can get the parties to any kind of a discussion to all be engaged in active listening, then you have a clear, open path to solving or taking away the information or whatever the object is you're trying to accomplish. That's the best of all possible worlds. So if you're reframing until you get assent, and then you're giving your side of it, and they're reframing until you say, yeah, that's exactly what I mean, then you can both then say, okay, so given that this is what I'm thinking and this is what you're thinking, how about if we if we decide to explore this as an alternative. So that's a very strong path to solution. Now, questions and verbal responses, of course, are not the only ways that you have to respond or reflect. One very powerful technique is mirroring. And like most powerful things, like a stick of dynamite, it's also dangerous. If you get caught mirroring, you're gonna be in trouble. But mirroring at some level is a very powerful technique. I had the good fortune to go and take a course in large group mediation taught by the Lombard Center out of Chicago. That's a Mennonite peace center. And when you talk about conflict management, the real experts at conflict management are the Mennonites. And the reason is that they've been pacifists since their inception. So conflict management is their path. They don't have the hip pocket checkout cards open to them because their belief structure calls on them to manage conflict. And they're really, really good at it. If you want to go get an advanced degree in conflict management, there are good programs around. George Mason has an excellent program in it. But the Harvard and Yale of conflict management is probably in Harrisonburg, Virginia, at Eastern Mennonite University, because they capitalize on that. But this guy talked to us about mirroring. And so it was an interesting 3 weeks because every night you had scenarios that were going to be used for the next day, and you had to go home and study your role in the scenario that was going to be used the next day, or in a scenario that would be used. So sometimes you were playing a role in a one-to-one situation. Sometimes you were playing a role in a group situation. Sometimes you were the facilitator. Sometimes you weren't. So I had this guy whose materials obviously told him to be as difficult as possible about what we were trying to talk about. So he and I are sitting in the middle of the large group, facing each other, and we're going through this conversation, and he is just absolutely being difficult. I mean, just to the point of being rude. And so finally, in a desperate attempt to see if I could break through, I leaned forward and put my elbows on my knees and looked directly at him, closer to him, but still within my own space. And without thinking about it, he leaned forward and put his elbows on his knees, mirroring what I was doing. And before you know it, we were actually involved in a conversation, and I had him out of his difficult role. And the instructor came up and said, "Did you notice what went on?" And I was intentionally doing that because I thought I could get him to mirror it. So you can induce mirroring in somebody else, but if you'll mirror the posture of the person, particularly if they engage in a positive posture, reinforce that by mirroring. If they lean in, lean in. If they incline their head, and look directly at them to reinforce it. But don't mimic them. So if they catch you mimicking them, it's going to come off as what it is, not genuine. It's being used as a tool. When I was working with a tactical team, we'd have discussions here at home, and my boys were junior high age at that point. And so I would say something to them and they would respond, "Dad, don't use that negotiator stuff on us. We know what you're doing." So, don't get caught using a technique. The techniques you use, you need to get smooth with. So don't be like I was and get caught by the junior high kids, which probably is one of the tougher crowds to play to when you get right down to it. So use mirroring carefully and appropriately. Seek understanding and clarification. Look at the woman on the left in the picture. You see what she's doing? Her expression says concern. Her expression says I'm listening. Her expression, says she's waiting on a response. She doesn't look like she's thinking about what to say next. And reflect what you hear and see and feel, and reflect on all the channels. Use reframing. When you use reframing, be very careful to stay true to their statement. Don't do what trial lawyers would do, which is reframe it to you, but I'll reframe it to you in a way that's slightly different, which is the way that creates the opening I'm going to go through. So you're saying A, B, and C, and B really is something that you're not necessarily quite saying, but if you don't correct it, then I'm going to open that door and go through it. But you need to be genuine in your reframing, and seek agreement about what's been said.
Zane, I have a question, if I may.
Sure.
In my experience in coaching and working with engineers on the active listening and seeking to understand, there seems to be a propensity to equate that with there's no longer a conflict and there's no longer agreement. And I have to specifically work toward, and it leads to groupthink and confirmation bias and all kinds of things. So I have to actively introduce making sure that the conflict between ideas is still on the table, and we have to talk through those. Okay. So you see that same kind of pattern. All right.
Oh yeah. And that's one of the reasons why in those kinds of situations, I tend to use some form of interest-based problem solving, because I want the process to frame the fact that we need to leave the real subjects that we want to discuss on the table. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to kind of clear the clutter out of the way.
Yeah.
Some cautions along the way. Don't fear or try to fill the silences. We tend to think that we just, nature doesn't like a vacuum, and we don't like silences. So we tend to jump into silences. Give people a chance to gather their thoughts and think. And this is something I discovered in doing the research for this. I'd never come across this concept before. But listen, if you take the letters of the word listen and rearrange them, you can get the word silent. And that's an interesting concept. Don't try to steer the conversation, because your conclusions about where people are going are may misdirect the conversation in ways that they didn't intend to go. And you can make the situation worse. Don't be judgmental. We talked about that a little, because that discourages open and frank disclosure, because what that does is that breaks down trust. And don't offer advice unless you're asked to, or unless you seek permission and get permission to offer advice. You're seeking to understand. That's your job one. And so if you're going to offer advice unasked, then you're going to hamper your ability to understand. One of my supervisors in graduate school had this quote on the wall behind him over his head in his office that said, "Look before you leap. The conclusion you jump to may be your own." And that's very true. So to wrap up and summarize active listening, the greatest problem with communication is we don't listen to understand. We listen to reply. When we listen with curiosity, we don't listen with the intent to reply. That means curiosity means genuinely being interested in what we're listening to. We listen for what's behind the words, not just the words, but for what's behind them. So that pretty much takes us through active listening. Now we'll take a break. And at this point, I would propose instead of 20 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. Is that enough time for everybody? I'm going to go in here. This is something that we all get involved in our personal lives, in our professional lives. And we're actually expected to have good ideas and advocate for good ideas, particularly in the professional settings. And so this is something that's directly important to us in terms of our work as well as our personal situation. We've alluded to Aristotle's rhetoric, the way we construct arguments. Aristotle said there are three pillars to any given argument that we're going to make. And we need to be aware of these pillars and to be intentional about them. The first pillar is ethos. These are the credentials of the person making the argument. So why should you pay attention to me? I'm going to try to convince you of something. Why should you take the time and effort to listen to me? And that's the ethos, the credentialing part of the argument. It's a valid piece of the argument. If people are going to discount everything you have to say because they doubt your credentials, then you're going to have a tough time. No matter how good the rest of your argument is, it's going to continually be in doubt because of your lack of standing to say it. The second is the logical argument. This is the piece that we're usually attuned to making, the logos in the Greek, and that's the where Susan was talking about syllogisms and how you construct the arguments. The principles of rhetoric mostly point toward this aspect of the argument, toward the logic of it. This is where the evidence that you have comes in. It's where you have premises and conclusions and evidence to back up the assumptions that you make and evidence to back up the assertions. All of that's in the logos bucket. And then the third element is one that very often is almost ignored, if not completely ignored. And that's pathos. That's the emotional argument. That's the piece of the argument that I was talking about before when I was telling you about the elephant and the rider. And we're attuned through our education culturally in lots of different ways to focus on the logos and to almost totally ignore the pathos. William Ury wrote an interesting book called Getting to Yes. And Getting to Yes is an important book because it popularized the technique that we're going to close the day with. It popularized interest-based problem solving. But in his book, a subsequent book called Getting Past No, he tells the story of his Uncle Bill, who had told him this during his legal career. His Uncle Bill was a lawyer as well. He said, you know, Bill, it has taken me 25 years to unlearn what I learned at Harvard Law School. Because what I learned at Harvard Law School is that all that counts in life are the facts, who's right and who's wrong. It's taken me 25 years to learn that just as important as the facts, if not more important, are people's perceptions of those facts. Unless you understand their perspective, you're never going to be effective at making deals or settling disputes. And that's because if you're going to settle disputes, if you're going to make deals, you're going to have to learn to put yourself into the shoes of other people. So you're going to have to be able to adopt their perspective. And their perspective comes not only from what their situation is with respect to the argument, but it comes from their emotional side as well. So that's where that important question, what would cause a thinking adult to say or do something like what I'm seeing here, comes into play, because you're able to use that to help you understand their perspective. So the usual argument design is on top. We give a little bit of credence to the ethos, and usually there you have to have enough credentials to cross whatever the threshold is there. And then lots of attention to the logos as we construct our argument, and almost no attention to the pathos, to the emotional side. But actually, if you looked at a more balanced design, you would pay attention to the ethos, more attention to the logos, and even more attention to the pathos, to the emotional side, because you're trying to persuade people. And typically when you're trying to persuade people, you're trying to talk them into making a change. And that involves lots of emotion. Now, the way that we construct the argument is by building a bridge. And so the logos, the logical argument, becomes the bridge. It gets us from our current thinking to the conclusion that we want to reach. My wife is an administrator of an adult education program for a number of school systems in our area. And their motto is meet them where they are and take them as far as you can. And both legs of that are very important. When we make arguments, when we try to persuade people, we focus on trying to take them as far as we can. And very often we forget that we have to meet them where they are. So you've got to start with what they know. You need to anchor in what they know. So just as you can't build a bridge and count on people to jump off the bank onto the bridge and then walk across, you got to build the bridge all the way to the bank. You have to build your argument all the way to what it is people know. And particularly if you can identify with things that they know and understand to be true and hook your argument to that and begin there, then you can move them to what they don't know much more easily. And so what you do is you build this argument from bank to bank, from the current thinking to the conclusions, but then you still have a job left to do. You've got to convince people that it's safe to walk across the bridge. And a piece of that is your ethos. Why listen to me? Why cross the bridge? You can cross the bridge because I've been across that bridge many times and I know it works. I can share my experiences with you. That's a part of the ethos. And then the pathos is constructed of two different pieces. Your emotional issues typically arise in two different contexts. One is, and this is the context that we focus on, one is the cost of making the change. So we're typically all about that. You know, we'll talk to somebody and say, it's worth your while to make this change. To go, I understand it's painful, but it's going to be worth your while to make the change. And we deal with that emotion. But we don't point out to them the emotional cost of staying where they are, of remaining where they are. If you stay like you are, you're gonna have these kinds of problems. That's a piece of the emotion. That pain is part of the pain as well. Now, when we start talking about change, it gets challenging because not every bridge is a walk in the park. The bridge in the previous slide is a pretty easy bridge to cross. So we don't typically get very excited about the danger involved in doing that. But not every bridge looks like that. So what we have to be aware of is that as we build the case, we need to explain that the benefits of making the change are greater than the cost of changing, and they're also greater than the cost of staying put. And we convince them to go on this rickety bridge that feels like it might turn upside down while we're out there in the middle. Is trust me, I've been across the bridge before, the ethos, and the courage, the pathos to overcome their fear and addressing that as a part of our argument. And then finally, the rationale. The bridge has to be stable. You've got to have the rationale. The facts are important. It's just that they're not the only important thing, and they're probably not the most important thing. The quote, "One does not discover new lands without consenting to lose sight of the shore for a long time." That's a huge courage factor, is to sail out to beyond the shore. You know, the maps in the medieval world mapped a part of the world that they knew, but when they got out to the bounds of what they knew, particularly out in the water, they would print very often on the map, "Here be dragons," because that was where a place where they had to go, and there might be dragons out there. I don't know. I know that the dragons exist, and so they must exist in some place that I don't know about yet. So I'm afraid to go into the unknown. Sailors for very often would only sail close to the shore so they could keep the shore in sight and navigate that way. They didn't have a way to navigate celestially, so they couldn't navigate reliably in the open water. That was a big problem. And lots of cultures view the open water, the unknown, as the source of chaos. If you look at the ancient Hebrews, you know, their creation story that you would find in the book of Genesis has God creating the dry land out of the water. What's the significance of that? The ancient Hebrews believed that the water was where chaos dwelt. So that was chaos. That was where the monsters were. They were afraid of the ocean. They didn't sail out to where they could get beyond the sight of land, because that was dangerous territory out there. And we still buy that. We buy that culturally. So let's talk about remembering this in terms of a literary metaphor. Any Lord of the Rings trilogy fans? Oh yeah. So let's take the Lord of the Rings trilogy and look at the first book. In case somebody's aboard that doesn't know the broader story is that in Tolkien's book, The Hobbit, he told the story of Bilbo Baggins. And Bilbo Baggins had gone on a trip, and during the trip, he came across a ring. And this is a magical ring. And it turns out that it's a ring that if Bilbo puts it on, he becomes invisible. But if he puts it on, he becomes addicted to having it on. He wants that ring, and he wants to become invisible. So it's handy to be invisible if somebody's chasing you, but you're building up an addiction to it. So Bilbo at the beginning of The Lord of the Rings is having a big birthday party, and he's going to go off somewhere on his own and basically retire and get away from the Shire. And he is going to bequeath the ring to Frodo, his nephew. So Frodo gets this ring and pretty quickly discovers that it can make him invisible. But Frodo learns through Gandalf that this ring belongs to the Dark Lord, Sauron, and the ring has to be disposed of because of how addictive it is. So he needs to take that ring to Mount Doom and to cast it into the fires at this volcano so that the ring will be melted and won't have its power over people anymore. So Frodo sets off on a journey with that. And in the first book of Tolkien's trilogy, incidentally, Tolkien's a very interesting guy. Anybody know what Tolkien's retirement project was? He was an Oxford professor in ancient languages. So his retirement, he was a devout Roman Catholic. And when he retired, he translated the book of Jonah for the Jerusalem Bible, which the Catholic Church had undertaken to create a more up-to-date translation. And so they had a team working on the Jerusalem Bible, and Tolkien did the translation of the book of Jonah, with Jonah and the whale and Jonah and the worm. But in Tolkien's imaginary world, Frodo and his companions, who are known as the Fellowship of the Ring, go on this quest to take this ring that Bilbo had found back to the fires at Mount Doom. And along the way, they wind up having to go through an area called the Mines of Moria. And they're pursued in those mines to the point of a long, narrow bridge called the Bridge of Khazad-dûm. They're pursued by a fire demon and the orcs. That's an orc standing there next to the ring. And so they've been chased down to this bridge, and the bridge goes across a gulf, and they've got to decide to cross the bridge. So faced with this perilous crossing, and in the movie, the bridge is crumbling and starting to fall apart, so they don't have long to make their decision. And they've got to run across this long, narrow span of stone that's gradually falling apart. And they rely on Gandalf's encouragement. They respect him as a wizard. And so they take off, and they, relying on Gandalf, they launch out onto the bridge, which will take them across, and they cross the bridge to continue their journey. Well, what would Aristotle have to say about this? These are Aristotle's pillars at work. The cost of not changing is staying there and being eaten by the fire dragon and the orcs. So that's that fear of that emotion is the cost of not changing. And the cost of change is getting onto that bridge that's liable to fall apart. And the bridge, incidentally, does fall apart and drops Gandalf down into the depths. He's the last one in line. But so they set out on this journey, and what we're going to see here is Aristotle's elements at work. Their trust in Gandalf is because Gandalf has earned it as a wizard. And so that's ethos at work. The bridge that gets them from where they are to where they want to be is the logos. And that's the bridge of Khazad. And then the pathos is represented by the orcs and the fire dragon and the danger that they're facing. So if you want to remember Aristotle's 3 pillars of persuasion, remember this little snippet from the quest to take the ring to the Mount of Doom. Any questions about persuasion? We could say lots about building arguments and all kinds of things here, but remember that you need to look at all 3 of these and to build your argument on all 3 pillars. Our next trip is into the world of conflict. So we're going to talk about something that we have with us all the time. My 2 boys who live in Alexandria and McLean have become dedicated fans of the Washington Nationals. They are rabid National fans. And so they have infected their mother. So she is now the biggest Nationals fan in the family. And she's gone from, it's really actually hilarious. I played baseball and I love to watch baseball in person, but I don't care a thing about watching it on TV. But she didn't know anything about baseball. So she went in one season from, so why do you have to touch that guy? Why can't you just step on the base like they did last out? She went from questions like that all the way to doing things like calling me during the week of the World Series to tell me that they've taken out Suzuki as the catcher for tonight and Gomes is going to be catching for the Nats. So we've moved up levels of sophistication. But they all pressured me when they realized I was doing these slides that what I needed to do was to have a slide of the Nats coach getting thrown out of the World Series game for arguing with the umpire. I couldn't find a royalty-free, copyright-free picture of that to put on here, so I settled for a generic brand of a football coach arguing with the referee. But we face conflict in one way or another. I told you I was going to talk about resolution versus management. I was taught in my first mediation course to not use conflict resolution. And the problem here is that if we use conflict resolution, we create the idea that what we want to do is get rid of conflict. And I see your background there, Tom. I won't let the Nats fans into the room while I'm presenting, or we'll get us seriously off the track here. But resolution creates the idea that what we're trying to do is we're trying to get rid of conflict. And the idea would be a conflict-free environment. Excuse me, where all the conflict is resolved. But that's really not it. The better way to look at what we do with conflict is we manage it. And the reason for that is that conflict can be good or bad. But the lack of conflict is definitely bad. And we'll talk about the reasons for that. The reason that we typically think of conflict as a bad thing is because we think of it as we would think of a fire that's out of control. A fire burning down your house is not good. A fire being managed in the fireplace is good. But a fire that's gotten out of the fireplace and out onto the living room rug and is now causing problems, an unmanaged fire is bad. So managed conflict is good and unmanaged conflict is bad. So why would we say that managed conflict is good? How could conflict possibly be good? Well, it's good because conflict implies change typically, and change in turn will breed conflict. And we need conflict in order to drive innovation, because innovation comes from the change. And we really can't have change without conflict in some form. So what we want to do is harness healthy conflict and reverse that so that the conflict brings change and then the change breeds the innovation and vice versa. One of the most helpful books to read to understand how this happens is a book by Thomas Kuhn called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. Kuhn challenged the view that prevailed and still prevails in lots of the world, that scientific change is incremental and orderly. So the reigning view was that science advanced in small increments. We would have a hypothesis, we would test the hypothesis, we would come up with results from those tests, we would modify the hypothesis, and we would advance a little at a time by testing and retesting and moving and making modifications. But Kuhn said that when you hop up a level and you look at the history of science, you find out that actually science advances in what he called normal periods in that way, the way that it's explained. But the large advances in science are extraordinary or revolutionary. And those advances tend to take place when the hypothesis simply becomes untenable. It doesn't explain it. We make modifications and we're not making an adequate explanation. And it causes some people to completely change their view. Now, he called these views, these sets of hypotheses, paradigms. And so Kuhn said that science would go along in a normal phase to the point where some large change was necessary, and that change was going to occur with a paradigm shift. And so he pointed out that Aristotle's findings and description of motion and Ptolemy's description on planetary positions were paradigms. And they explained lots of what was observed. But there were things that those paradigms could not explain. And so, for instance, with Ptolemy's cosmology, along comes Copernicus. Copernicus formulates a different paradigm, and gradually there was a shift from Ptolemy to Copernicus, a shift from paradigm to paradigm. And that was a big change. The book is fascinating and very instructive for us as we think about change, particularly in science and technology. Now, when we look at conflict and we try to deal with conflict, we need to recognize that if we let conflict sit around and don't treat it, don't acknowledge it, it's going to fester and grow. And ultimately, unacknowledged and untreated conflict is going to diminish productivity, and it's going to damage our morale. So we need to be cognizant that conflict exists, that it's a good thing, that we don't want to stamp it out, but we want to figure out a way to deal with it. So what we do are we use management tools for conflict. So we use communication, like we talked about in active listening and in persuasion. We use those as tools at getting at conflict. We build relationships. You can't manage conflict without building a relationship. The very first thing that you're taught to do as a hostage crisis negotiator is to establish some kind of a relationship with a person that you're going to be negotiating with. You have to build that bridge. You have to have that relationship. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to get into the nature of the conflict, and you're not going to be able to manage it. That's why it's key for a negotiator, and you even see this typically on television. Now, negotiators on television do all kinds of things that negotiators are not supposed to do. Like, for instance, you are not supposed to approach the hostage taker. Say you've got a guy in the bank with a bunch of bank tellers held hostage. You do not make a show of dropping your weapon as the negotiator, holding your hands up, and walking across the parking lot to the bank with the idea that the hostage taker can surrender to you and you're not armed and you won't let anybody shoot him. That's not something that's good hostage taking anywhere but in the movie, or hostage negotiation, but anywhere in the movies. But one practice that you always use is you always make that first contact with the hostage taker by saying your name. So my opening line typically is, hi. And typically, if I knew his name, I would say it at this point. So I would say, hi, Steve. This is Zane. I'm with the sheriff's department and I want to talk to you about what's going on today. Are you okay? And so all of the first part of the stuff has to do with establishing a relationship. Notice the question I asked, are you okay? I didn't say, are all the hostages alive? I said, are you okay? In other words, I am ultimately interested in what bad things he may have done in there, but I am upfront showing him that I'm interested in how he is. And all that's for the purpose of building a relationship. And that's why Agent Nice told us that if we could get the hostage taker to say our name, that we were halfway home, because that would be an acknowledgement of a relationship. That would be an acknowledgement that there was some connection there, that you would use the first name. So you use the relationships. You also need to be aware of and to use, to the extent that you can, the surrounding culture. So what's the culture of the way that they deal with conflict in this setting? If you're at work, how is conflict dealt with at work? It may be dealt with in a good way. It may be dealt with in a bad way. You need to know, and you need to know whether it's a good way or a bad way. And then you need to know something about the styles of conflict management. And that's where we're going to focus our time. And I'm going to do a little styles inventory with you. But the most important skill, once again, with respect to conflict, is listening. So you need to be able to listen. You need to engage in active listening. And you need to pray for the situation that was brought up where everybody begins to participate in active listening. If you can breed that situation, you have relationship and you're building trust and you're setting up a safe space to deal with it. So let's talk about conflict management styles. And I'm going to get you to, I'll go through this one issue at a time. And what I'd like you to do is I would like you to rate yourself on these in terms of what you do when you're confronted with conflict. Do you seldom use this? You give yourself a 1. Do you frequently use this? Give yourself a 5. Or do you sometimes use it, sometimes not? Give yourself a 3. But use those. Now, there'll be somebody here who feels compelled to use 2 and 4, and that's okay. You can use those if you want to express a broader continuum, but at least use a 1, 3, 5. So if I make this statement, when there is an argument, I will leave the situation as quickly as possible. Is that seldom a statement that you can make, or is it frequently, or is it sometimes? So is it a 1, seldom, a 3, sometimes, or a 5, frequently? The second statement is, in conflicts, I discuss the situation with all the parties to try and find the best solution. 1, 3, or 5. Third, I use negotiation often to try and find a middle ground between the conflicted parties. 1, 3, or 5. 4, I know the best path to take and will argue it until others see that I am correct. 1, 3, or 5. And please number your responses and write down the response that you're making, because I'll group these in a minute and tell you something about them. 5, I prefer to keep the peace rather than argue to get my way. 1, 3, or 5. Number 6, I will keep disagreements to myself rather than bring them up. 1, 3, or 5. 7, I find it best to keep communication active when there is a disagreement so I can find a solution that works for everyone. 8, I enjoy disagreements and find satisfaction in winning them. 1, 3, or 5. 9, disagreements make me anxious and I will work to minimize them. 1, 3, or 5. 10, I am happy to meet people halfway. 1, 3, or 5. 11, it's important to me to recognize and meet the expectations of others. 1, 3, or 5. 12, I pride myself on seeing all sides of a conflict and understanding all of the issues involved. 1, 3, or 5. 13, I enjoy arguing my case until the other side concedes that I am correct. 1, 3, or 5. 14, conflict does not engage me. I prefer to fix the problem and move on to other work. 1, 3, or 5. 15, I don't feel the need to argue my point of view. It's less stressful to agree with others. 1, 3, or 5. Okay, so now that you have those scores, look at the areas where the questions that you answered 5, or where you had the highest scores, and circle those. Circle the question numbers. So if you gave yourself a 5 on question 1, circle 1 for question 1. So circle those. Now what we do is we all use combinations of these styles, and we'll use different styles in different settings. So let's talk about this. If you circled questions 1, 6, and 9 as your highest scores, those illustrate an avoidance style. Typically, the only time that it's good to avoid conflict is if it's a very low stakes issue, a very small disagreement. This is a pretty weak style, and you have to evaluate the cost of engaging in the conflict versus the cost of just leaving it alone. So that's typically a weak style that you don't want to use a lot. Questions 5, 11, and 15, if you circled those, they illustrate an accommodating style. And in an accommodating style, you typically will say, okay, I understand what you're saying. We'll go along with what you want. Accommodating styles are a dangerous style to use because while they have the benefit of allowing for a cooling down period. So if you've got somebody that's all hyped up, you can delay things. You can say something accommodating like, okay, so let's put off making a final decision on this until next week, but between now and then, go ahead and do what you're suggesting. The danger there is that can just cause the conflict to escalate the longer you leave it alone. So it's not a good permanent style, but it's a good way to kind of ramp things down a notch or two. Questions 3, 10, and 14 illustrate a compromising style. Compromise is a quick way to get to some solution, but it's typically unsatisfying. I had a political science professor in college who said that compromise was the art of finding a solution that nobody likes. And that's very often the position that compromising can put you in. If you circled questions 4, 8, and 13, they illustrate a competing style that says, okay, battle's on. You want to argue for that? I'll argue for this, and I'm not giving in until you see my way of looking at things. This is not very useful. It typically escalates the conflict, and it, even if you ultimately get someone to acquiesce, if you can bully someone into either an accommodating or avoidant position, you really haven't accomplished anything, and you've probably created some toxicity in your overall culture. And then questions 2, 7, and 12, if you had the highest scores with them, you're exhibiting a collaborative style. And collaboration involves finding the actual problem. The problem with it is that it can be both time-consuming and difficult. And this points out that the collaborative style is a very good way of actually managing conflict. But it can't be used in all situations because it may take more time, more resources, and more effort than you can dedicate at any given moment. So it can be difficult to do. Now, what we're going to talk about as we talk about negotiation is we're going to talk about a style that allows you to collaborate through interest-based problem solving. And that's good. But remember that your problem solving style, your conflict management style is going to be different situationally depending upon what it is you're trying to do and what the parameters are surrounding your container for it. So we used to talk about decision making when I was on the tactical team. You know, we go out and we're going to serve a hazardous warrant. We've got, it was funny because there was this one motel located along a major highway that ran through our jurisdiction. And for some reason, that motel seemed to be the place where criminals would stop. This was a part of the drug highway that led from southern Florida up through our area on up into Ohio and Michigan and larger markets. So we had lots of drug-related criminals who would come through our area. One night we had to go get a guy who had sent bombs to 2 different federal judges. So these criminals that we would go after who were violent very often apparently would see this motel and stop. And so we would get word that they were in our area and discover they were at the motel. Finally, the guy who owned the motel said, look, if y'all will not use that battering ram on my doors, I'll just give you a master key. So we had a master key to that motel so we could let ourselves into any room. But we would go out and you would break open the door. Sometimes it was one room or the motel room and the bathroom, or sometimes it was a house. We would go left and right and all that stuff. That is not the place to exercise a collaborative decision-making style. You do not want to hit the door with a battering ram, throw in a flashbang, and then say, okay, team, which way do you think we should go first? There's no time for collaborative decision-making in that situation. So we use different styles. So you tailor your style to your situation, but remember the strengths and weaknesses of these different kinds of styles. So what kinds of styles did you come out with? If you don't don't mind disclosure? Or what would you like to ask about these styles?
So I had collaborative and compromising, which, as you had said, takes a lot of time and effort, more than what is available. And that makes a lot of sense. Because if I talk with someone that is very knowledgeable in the subject, or is also very passionate, I find myself kind of agreeing with them because their point makes sense, and I may not be as knowledgeable on the subject, so I don't feel valid enough to disagree with them. And that's both in my personal life and also work life. You know, I don't argue very well, so to speak. I don't argue very well. So that stands to reason.
Well, and that brings up an excellent point, Matt, because it really shows us something, that when we're in that position, when we're the expert, when we're the knowledgeable person, we have some obligation to make it a safe enough space that somebody who is inclined to defer like that will at least explore all of the questions that what they're thinking are raising, without feeling bad and feeling like, gosh, you know, who am I to question this guy? You know, why should I question? Case in point, when I was a senior in undergraduate school, we had to do a project, had to do a paper. And the professor who was advising me turned out to be a very famous guy in the world of economics. He and a partner had written a book, and his partner went on to win a Nobel Prize. But this guy was an interesting guy who had an ego as big as all outdoors. He had a PhD in economics and a law degree and no undergraduate degree, because he'd gone off to World War II and come back, and the University of Chicago let him go to law school without making him finish his undergraduate degree. But he suggested that I work off of some research that he had done on the propensity of criminals to commit crimes. And his theory was that when a criminal is deciding to commit a crime, they consider two factors. One is, what's the chance that I'll get caught? And the second one is, if I do get caught, what's going to happen to me? What are the consequences? So what are the chance that I'll incur consequences? And if I incur consequences, what will they be? And so if society wants to discourage crime, what we need to do is increase the chance that the criminal will be caught, and or increase the consequences they will face if they are caught. Very compelling type argument. So I, thought about that. Yeah, that seems reasonable. So I wrote a paper supporting that, did my senior project on it, got an A on my paper, did all that. And I went off to graduate school and on to law school. I got out of law school, went into practice, and I met actual criminals. And I discovered that there is no rational decision making involved in deciding to commit a crime. They don't weigh factors. You don't have two guys in masks sitting in your front yard in the middle of the night going, I think there's only a 35% chance that we're going to get caught. This house is pretty remote. We could go in here without much trouble at all. And the other guy going, yeah, but if we do get caught, we're going to spend 25 years in the penitentiary. And I'll be 40 years old when we get out. So that analysis is not going on. So, my professor would not have benefited because his personality would not have allowed him to benefit. But had somebody been able to craftily get through to him that that's not the way the real world worked, it could have broadened his expertise, let's say, in a way that that was appropriate. So when we're the expert, you know, we need to make it a safe space for some guy in the back of the room to go, hey, what about, and ask us something that we've never thought of before. So your point's well taken. And as to the two styles, collaboration takes a long time and compromise is often quicker to get there. So it's a trade-off. You know,
Yeah.
I know
Thank
you
you.
guys as engineers are familiar with trade studies. And that's what you're doing with your styles. Any other comments? Anybody else? Something you want to venture?
Scored myself for professionally and outside of work. And outside of work, I am much more likely to avoid or accommodate, where I am not so much in work.
Okay. Yeah, and that's very common. Actually, there are some studies that suggest those are the two most common. And it can be very frustrating for you because you find yourself in positions that you don't want to be in, that you've gotten there by avoiding the conflict. And it can be very frustrating to deal with. One of the most frustrating kinds of things for somebody like me. And keep in mind now, one of my brothers says that arguing with a lawyer is like wrestling with a pig in mud. It shouldn't take you too long to recognize that the pig enjoys it. But it's highly frustrating for me to come in contact with somebody who is a conflict avoider, because it's just difficult to deal with. So that is why lots of these tactics we call passive aggressive, because they're passive in their intent and aggressive in their results. But that's fairly common.
Well, Zane, what I'd like to share is as I reflect on what I was like as a younger individual, I would be polarized. I'm either going to avoid it or I'm all in to win. So this is either going to be a competition or I don't have the emotional fortitude to engage. And I see engineers kind of approach conflict in a similar way. I have to coach people. And my job now is very much accommodation and collaboration. And I find the contrast kind of interesting to ponder.
Yeah. And you basically that stance is any argument worth having is worth winning. And so if you're gonna engage in it, you may as well engage in it to win.
Right. But I've learned that there are ways to argue that are for understanding.
Yeah.
Alignment and inclusion and collaboration. That it is we're not here to necessarily win. Let's get all the points of view and how people feel engaged and they're participating. That there's value in that. And as a young person that's wanting to do engineering, all you're cared about is the airplane going to fly, and
Right.
other things have little value. So I wonder if there's a career progression kind of thing in some of this as well.
Yeah. And I think we all see change. Part of it comes from learning what strategies work and what don't. Part of it comes from learning what fights are we need to be in and what fights we need to just let go. And using strategies that work, learning that questions work is a big learning. So it's not always good to exercise your arguing skills, even if they're very well developed. When I was younger, I grew up in a household where the discussions at the dinner table, everybody was welcome to participate, and you were welcome to argue anything any position that you wanted to argue that you felt like you could defend. But the price that you would pay for that is that you would have to defend whatever position you chose to take. And so I grew up with that. And the frustration was that my dad principally and my mom to some extent, my mom would avoid conflict most of the time, but my dad enjoyed conflict and he could win. You know, he generally had a better command of the facts and more experience and yada, yada, yada. So he could win even without resorting to unfair tactics. And so I was determined that I was going to learn. I was not going to be taken advantage of in life because I didn't have the skills. So I went out and developed the skills. And then I got married and I ran up against the opposite side of that coin because my wife would say, okay, so, you know, it looks like you're winning, but you're a professional and this is some kind of a trick. So it's all technique. It doesn't mean you're right. It means that your technique is better. So you're winning the argument, not because you deserve to win, but just because you're good at it. So I'm not sure which devil I would rather face, the devil of my incompetence or the devil of my competence.
I think we're also, we talk about winning an argument as though we know what that means.
Right.
And it can, you win according to some rule set, and your rule set may not be the same as the other people involved in the discussion.
And the thing I had to learn as a young lawyer was that when I got outside the courtroom, there was no judge. So in the courtroom, there was somebody in there with a whistle who would enforce the rules. And I could tell if I won or not because I had standards to go to. But when I got outside the courtroom, the opponents would do things that were not legal. You know, they were constantly violating the rules because they didn't know what the rules were and didn't acknowledge the rules. And I could win and nobody would know I won. And, you know, there were all kinds of problems with that. And then, of course, one of the biggest problems is that you can win, but you can lose. You win the battle and lose the war because you didn't need to be fighting the battle, at least not the way you fought it. And that's something that I continually have to fight with myself. My temptation is if you get me into a tough situation, then the lawyer's going to come out. And so I have to watch for that because there's not a high percentage in running all over somebody just because that's the easiest path to prevailing. Okay.
In the context of like leadership, is there an element of having an individual that is disengaged with the actual conflict management, or even if you're in conflict, disengage from the result and be an objective observer, simply trying to facilitate a successful outcome, even though it's not what I want to have happen?
Yeah, as a leader, I find myself very often in the facilitator's position. And that calls for you to be a non-anxious presence. And the way that I argue, so to speak, in quotations, from that position and remain in that position is by using questions. So when you're facilitating, you can say, okay, you're maintaining a balance among the people who are discussing different sides of it. But by the same token, you can ask questions. So you can say, what about? Or how do you factor in this? Or, how should we manage that? And those questions, oftentimes will get your concerns out on the table as well, so you can participate. But if you're going to be the facilitator, you can't participate by dictating the answer.
Well, what about people who always want to play devil's advocate, even though it's not necessary to somebody, you have people that are, maybe you got a consensus, you're agreeing on some point, and then somebody in the back, well, I just need to put this out here. I'm going to play devil's advocate. And sort of, that's like, it's like a red herring. It's like, why are you doing this? We just, we just concurred. Everything's finally looking good. Let's move forward. And then you got somebody there trying to, they just want to, seem like they want to argue just for the sake of arguing.
I usually deal with that, particularly from a leader or facilitator's role, by saying, so tell me more about that. How do you think that becomes important? What significance do you think, or what impact do you think that ought to have on the decision that we're looking at here? And very often the person who wants to be the professional devil's advocate has no idea. They're doing that so that they get to talk.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw this red herring out. Okay, if you're going to throw the red herring out, I'm going to make you pick it up, examine it, tell us how it fits, or abandon ship. That, incidentally, that'll cure the devil's advocate typically.
Yeah.
They don't like to go through that experience more than once.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was just going to say to Mark, to his question, is it does it normally happen because the person that's speaking has experience? I'm going to play devil's advocate because I have experience in this going wrong or anything like that.
Well, if it was something that concrete, then yes, I think it would have been come up in maybe the discussion without trying to say the word devil's advocate. In other words, to me, devil's advocate is more like, you're fine if you're up on a debate stage or something like that, and you're, all of a sudden you're given a position, you got to be the opposite of whatever side A said, and you're on side B, and you're told to present conflict. But to me, it was, sometimes I hear some people say that, I'm like, why bring that up? I mean, that's not productive here. We're not, we're not moving forward by you bringing this up. So we're going to talk for another 20 minutes and conclude absolutely nothing else. So.
Well, I'd like to throw out a distinction, and this is just in the context of engineers and engineering. Engineering is a field where, okay, now we've solved the problem, where we got a happy path. How's it going to fail? I want to know when it's going to fail. I want to know how it's going to fail. And I want to know tolerances and headroom. It is a discipline where people are trained to look at the negative side. And so I want to separate the difference between the constructive contributions who say, okay, are we actually making our system safer, more robust, versus are you destroying the confidence in what we're trying to do?
Oh, no, I agree. Because I think everyone works on a happy path to start with, but then what happens is no one sees it as the entire system. You do have to, if you want to say program or engineer for resilience, and therefore that is part of the normal discussions, not just, I don't know, just, again, some people just seem like they want to talk and command the situation, like Zane was saying, and therefore it's like, okay, maybe just, like I said, be a little more blunt about that, but not to say that what you're saying there, Sean, about, hey, we got to make certain, okay, this is a happy path, but what happens if the circuit breaker blows? Then what happens?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, no one thought about that, like, okay, well, then again, they're not playing devil's advocate. They're just doing normal, what I consider normal, serious, systems thinking and system engineering about, planning for, potential off normal paths and that sort of thing. So.
And then
failure modes analysis is absolutely a good thing.
Yeah.
But it always has to be hooked to the mitigation. Failure modes analysis is not a tool to derail the solving the problem. The problem remains.
Yeah. And Mark, what you're describing, if it's that dysfunctional person that's participating, I'm going to go back to what we talked, or what Zane presented in the morning. Where's the active listening? What are they really trying to say? Put in the emotional intelligence. Are they not feeling heard? Are they not feeling participate? And it might be, as a leader, I got to take them offline and address their concerns. And that's an interesting subject to bring up in the context of, of workshops like this, because in the context of engineering, I think this is what technical leaders face every single day, is these kind of situations.
Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, any other comments? Let's, how about if we take a 5-minute break here? Is that all right? We'll come back and negotiation will take us out. I'll see you at 1:45. Let's take up negotiation. And as I explained, we're going to deal with something called interest-based problem solving. So the first thing we need to do is we need to understand that people come to a discussion of just about anything with a position. And the position is typically well defined. I want to do this. I want to do this. I don't want to do that. Their position is pretty well staked out. but behind their position are a series of interests. Now, some of the interests have to do with the emotions involved in building their position. Other interests have to do with their own personal interests. You know, I want to maximize this. I'm interested in that. So I don't want a solution that encroaches on that interest. But whatever those interests are, they are behind the position. Now, I say they're behind because they're not necessarily even the reasons for the position. Because if I were to say they're the reasons for the position, I would say that people have thought out the connection, but they may not have thought out the connection. So they may be taking the position because they think it furthers an interest, or they feel like it furthers an interest, and it might not even be in their own best interests to take the position that they're taking. But the dealing with positional negotiation is really difficult because the positions are so hardened, and it becomes difficult to get behind it. But you need to have some way to get behind it. The first lesson that I can ever remember having on this was before I even had the language to describe it. And that was when I first started practicing law. I had a family. Several of the members of the family had come to me. They were trying to settle an estate that had been unsettled, involved real estate, some personal property. It had been unsettled for a substantial portion of time. They wanted to settle it up and decide who got what. And so they had others who were not in agreement, but nobody wanted to pay for lawyers, quote, to do it. So they wanted to come to me and get my legal advice. And basically what that wound up being was I was their very, very inexperienced referee, facilitator. So I facilitated these discussions over the estate. And after many, many sessions in our conference room, I finally had this about a 10 or 15 way settlement worked out. And we had worked it out piece by piece by piece, and I'd reduced it all to writing, and I had a settlement agreement to be signed. And everybody had agreed to what we were going to do. So everybody came to my office, and they packed into our conference room. They're standing around the bookcases and around sitting at the conference table. And I read the agreement, asked if there were any questions. There were no questions. Are you ready to sign? Everybody pretty well nodded. And we start passing it around to the table. Well, it gets to the oldest sibling who's sitting at the far end of the table. And he said, I ain't going to sign this thing. And it's like, you know, we've spent all this time, you've been here. What are you doing? You know, what's the problem? I said, do you have a problem? No, I just ain't going to sign it. So it's like, I don't know where we're going to go. Everybody else has signed it. I've got the notary to notarize everybody else's signature. So I said, well, everybody go away and think about it, and we'll see what we can do. So everybody leaves me with a document completely signed except for one blank line. Everybody's gone. About 3 or 4 minutes, in comes the daughter of the guy who won't sign. And she said, Dad said if you'd bring that thing out to the car, he'd sign it. And I said, that's wonderful. What's up? And she said, well, you need to know, my dad can't read or write. And he completely trusts you. So he knows that what you read him was what's on that paper, but he doesn't want anybody else in the room to know that he can't even sign his own name. So he was not going to not sign that, or sign the way that he had to, which was he'd make an X and then we would write his mark after it, and I would get the attestation done by the notary properly to attest to his mark. But he wasn't going to go through that in front of all of his extended family. And so he refused to sign it. That was his interest. That was what was standing in the background behind him that was forming his position. And there was no way he was going to reveal that position, because telling me why he wasn't going to sign it in the room was just as bad as not signing it. So I thought it had collapsed, but the collapse didn't last but about 3 minutes, and we got it signed. But that, in later years, when I came into contact with the language here, I realized what that was a lesson about. So when you have a group of people and you're trying to get a problem solved, you've got a set of positions, but you also have a set of interests, and they're going to be very individual. Some may be shared interests among one or two of the individuals. Some interests might even be shared among all of them. The interests that are shared among all of them make up what we call common ground. So finding common ground, something that they all share, is a good thing to do. But in any case, you've got to get through that position back to the interests and figure out what the interests are. Because what you're going to try to do in crafting a solution is you're going to try to get a solution space that will cover as many of the interests as possible. You want to maximize the interests that are covered. So not only are you going to need to find out what the interests are for each of the individuals, but you need to find out how they rank them. What's most important to them? What are the ones they can't do without? Where is it that they just absolutely have to have that satisfied? Because you're not going to be able to cover all of the interests involved, but you want to maximize it. You want to get the important things covered. And the interest-based problem-solving process is part and parcel of coming up with this solution space and covering those interests. Now, there's some rules of engagement for this. If you're going to engage in this, the first rule is prepare. Actually, I didn't want to take up the space on the slide, but the second and third rules are prepare as well. But prepare. One of the things to determine is, where is your role in this? You can run interest-based problem solving most easily from outside the discussion. That's the issue that Sean was raising. You know, do you have to get outside? Do you lose your ability to be inside? You can be inside and engage in interest-based problem solving, but it's very, very tricky. And you need to be very, very skilled with the use of this technique if you're going to try to do that. But you need to know to begin with whether you're inside or outside. And not only whether you are inside or outside, but how are you perceived by everybody else? Do they see you as being inside or see you as being outside? So are you perceived as the non-anxious presence who's there to help them solve the problem? Or are you perceived as an advocate who's a wolf in sheep's clothing, trying to pretend like you don't have a stake in it? If you're inside, what are your interests? Not your position, not what would you most like to see done, but what are your interests? What do you think needs to come out of this? And how do you rank your interests? And then you need to do that as far as you can for others' positions and interests as you prepare. So try to figure out where other people are. Be careful not to get wedded to that. Be open to that changing, because you're going to guess wrong. You're going to guess wrong on what position they take. You're going to guess wrong on what their interests are. If you had asked me to guess, if you had said somebody that's going to be in the room in your estate closing this afternoon is not going to sign, who would take that position. I would have never guessed the guy that did. There were a couple others I would have guessed in a heartbeat. And when they signed, I wanted to fist pump and jump up on the table. But this guy, I never would have picked out. So I would have been wrong about his position. I was wrong about his position. And I never would have guessed what his interests were. So be careful. Figure it out to the extent that you can, but don't get wedded to what you come up with in your prep. Then the first thing that you've got to do is you've got to build trust. People have to trust the process, and they have to trust you, and they have to trust each other. Otherwise, they're not going to be open. They're not going to be open if they don't trust the process, if they don't trust you, if they don't trust each other. The lack of trust is going to close down the discussion and greatly decrease its value. Use your active listening skills. Practice your active listening skills and use them here because they are important, and they're important in a very large way in this process. As you move through the process, focus on the issue, not the personalities. Okay? So you'll have jerks in the room. Jerks can have valid points. So just because they're a jerk doesn't mean that you don't need to listen to anything they say. Now, if you have a tendency to be a jerk yourself, understand it's going to be easier for other people to listen to you if you don't be a jerk. But just because somebody else has their jerk on for today doesn't mean that they can be ignored. So don't focus on their personalities, focus on the issue. And don't focus on their positions. Don't do things that encourage them to go to their position right out of the gate. So don't go into the meeting, walk up to the board and say, okay, what's everybody think we ought to do? Bad. That's a bad strategy. Why? Because you're going to get a number of positions that'll be probably slightly less than the number of people in the room. And the people who don't give you a position have now created a great problem for you, because it's not that they're not anchored. When you ask the question, they anchored themselves in their own minds. So they're not unanchored. They're just not showing you their cards. So you've gotten them to opt out of the process. So don't do that. Make the process transparent. Say, what we're going to do here is, first, we're going to talk about a process for getting to a solution. And I want you to tell me what you think about that and if you think that's doable in this situation. And so you discuss the process. You get an agreement on the process that you're going to use and what standards you're going to use to choose a solution. So we're going to move through the process, and we're going to agree that this is the way we'll choose what the solution is. And I don't necessarily encourage or discourage voting, but voting is a way to choose a solution. So you may vent it, get everybody's feelings out on the table, craft solution options, and then you might vote to distill it. I'll show you a process in a minute that has a way of coming to a solution that's built into the process. Getting an agreement on the process and the standards as compared to getting an agreement on the substance is relatively easy. The thing of it is, if you can get people to agree on the process and the standards up front, not only do you have a way now to deal with how you're gonna transact your business, you've also gotten an agreement. And getting agreements, even small agreements, go a long way toward promoting and building trust and forwarding the cause. So if you can get an agreement up front on the process, that's major. I mean, you'll be able to run a long way on the gas that buys. it'll also pay off because it in the long run, having a process and understanding where you're going keeps people from moving things to a contest of the wills, to that conflict style where you just turn it into a contest. I have a position and I'm going to win because I'll be here when hell freezes over. So, people will go to that. But if you agree on a process, then that creates an obligation. And always remember that weigh in is going to go a long way to getting buy-in. So if they've weighed in on the process and you've come to a conclusion on what process you're using, then you've pretty much gotten buy-in on that, unless you've got somebody who's just holding out on you. So you want to be careful to be sure you get participation as much as you can. Then as you move through the process, share information fully and early. If you know something that is important, get it out on the table. Ask people, so what do you think about that? Why do you think that? Get them to share their information so that it's out in front of everybody. Surface it, put it on the table. As systems engineers, you all know that that's the principal benefit of model-based systems engineering, right? The principal benefit there is that you're talking about a solution space that's in the model that is surfaced so that everybody can see it and be aligned on it. And the same principles at work here. You want to get stuff out there so that everybody can be aligned. Everybody's working off of the same information. Consider as many options as possible. So don't just quit with something that seems like it might work and decide to fight it out from there, but use the process, and we'll talk about how you do that. Use the process to generate as many options as you can, and then try to build consensus around a solution. So this interest-based problem solving typically uses consensus. So if you can avoid it, don't truncate it by taking it all the way out to the end, putting in all that effort, and then truncate it with a compromise or truncate it with voting if you can avoid it. But you can do that if there's no other way to move to a solution. So let's talk a little bit about the neurobiology that's going on in terms of your position and what's at work here. If you're the facilitator for interest-based problem solving, then you stand outside the discussion. So you're needing to be the non-anxious presence. You're responsible for the process, and you have a fiduciary responsibility to everybody else that's involved. So you need to stand outside. I was trying to get my view here so that I could see notes. If you're a party, then the thing that you need to watch out for are your own emotions and your own investment in the actual substance of the discussion. So from an emotional point of view, you need to know a couple of things about human neurophysiology. Your executive functions, your decision-making functions basically occur in your frontal lobes. So in the front part of your brain, that's where you connect things logically, you get information from other parts of your brain, you synthesize it, you use it to make decisions, and that happens in the frontal lobes. Your emotional responses, particularly your fight or flight responses, are formulated in your limbic brain, in the brain that's in the middle there, that sits atop the brain stem, has the thalamus in it and the amygdala. Now the amygdala you can think of basically as a air traffic controller. So when the amygdala senses danger or senses controversy or you become angry, the amygdala takes over and gives command to the limbic system. And it cuts off the frontal lobes using chemical signals, using steroidal signals to shut down the frontal lobes, and therefore it cuts off your executive decision making. So it becomes really tough for you to make a good logical decision once your amygdala has taken over control and given it to the limbic system. That's the wisdom behind the old count to 10. If you feel yourself getting angry or frightened, count to 10. And the reason is that about 10 seconds is the length of time that it takes for those hormones that are secreted that cut off your executive decision-making facilities to start to subside. So if you can count to 10, if you can wait 10 seconds, you can begin to recover some of your executive functions in your brain and begin to use those. If you're a party and you get into the tough situations, you need to learn how to mentally step outside the negotiation, how to see what's going on, how to actually see yourself and see your arguments and your participation and see others as if you were standing outside of it. Sometimes it's other people that get caught in this. So you'll find them getting in a situation where their limbic brain takes over and they can't make executory decisions. I worked my way through college working construction, most of the time in concrete crews, where the polite name for it is placing concrete. We called it pouring concrete. But one summer I had a foreman on the concrete crew who every time we poured concrete, he would go berserk and he would fire somebody. And so the crew was careful to tell, particularly the summer helpers, now we're going to pour concrete tomorrow and it's your first time pouring concrete with him. So you need to know that if something happens, he's going to go nuts and he's going to blame somebody and he's going to fire them. And if it's you, which it may well be, what you need to do is to put down your tools, go get your lunch bucket and leave. But tomorrow morning, show back up, regular time, same place, because he will have forgotten all about it and you're not really fired. It's just the way he handles the situation. So you needed to, in order to deal with him, you needed to know that about him. You needed to know that about his reaction. That became a part of your preparation. You'll see some people work that way in meetings. I've actually used this physiology when I was doing trials. I had a regular opponent. We did insurance defense work, and I had a plaintiff's lawyer that I faced regularly who was a lot of bluster and fuss, and he liked to bully his opponent. He liked to do stuff like introduce you to the jury as if he was being polite, but tell them things that would make the home crowd jury doubt whether or not they should listen to you. So he would do all kinds of things to you. Well, I found out something that I could do with him. He had a brother who was a chiropractor. And so when he got a car accident victim, he would send them to his brother who would treat them as a chiropractor. And then he would bring his brother into court to testify to the awful injuries and disabilities that his client had suffered as a result of the car crash. So he relied on his brother as a principal witness. Well, Virginia has a statute that says that you are not allowed to refer to a chiropractor in the courtroom as doctor. And the statute is grounded in the assumption that if you call someone doctor, the jury will assume that they're a medical doctor and they'll assign the weight to their testimony that's appropriate for a medical doctor and not necessarily the weight that's appropriate for a chiropractor. So you can't call a chiropractor doctor. So whenever I had an automobile accident case against this lawyer and his brother was going to be a witness, I would ask the court to make a motion in chambers. And we'd go back to chambers and I'd say, Your Honor, I'd like you to caution this other lawyer and remind him that pursuant to this code section, which I kept written in my trial notebook, that pursuant to that code section, he's not allowed to refer to his brother as doctor during the trial. I did that not because I thought he would try to refer to him as doctor, but because I knew that the court would grant my request and that he would become very angry because I would remind him of the statute that he hated that kept him from calling his brother doctor on the stand. And so we would go out to do opening statements and his blood pressure would be elevated and he'd be red in the face and he was angry. And so his amygdala would be in charge and his frontal lobes couldn't help him to work through the opening statements until after he calmed down. So he obviously didn't know that Thomas Jefferson said, when angry, count to 10 before you speak. If very angry, 100. So he didn't know that he would be better off if he would give himself time to calm down. Now, the first thing that you do in this process of interest-based problem solving is you need to define the issues. It's very helpful if you can draft a problem statement. What is it? What are we trying to solve? What are we trying to do? What do we want to accomplish? It takes some time to do that and it slows the process down a little bit, but it's well worth the effort. The guy that Mark's talking about who wants to be the devil's advocate very often can be dealt with a well-drafted problem statement. Okay, so I understand that you're saying that it rains probably 40 days and 40 nights during the summer there every summer. So what does that have to do with the problem that we're solving here? That's a problem, but it's probably not a problem for us, is what you're driving at. So the better your problem statement is, the easier the rest of your process is going to go. And even though you took this time, you're probably going to make up for it in terms of the rest of the process. Then the next thing that you need to do is you need to define success. And you may actually even want to talk about, I know everybody has particular interests in whatever solution we develop here. I know there are things that you need to see. And so we want to maximize that. We can't be all things to all people, but we certainly want to be as much to as many people as we possibly can be. And so that kind of thing leads you to a criterion for your success. And that becomes a part of defining what your issues are. Once you've defined your issues, then you need to identify what the interests are. And so you can't really give the people in a problem-solving situation this explanation of interest-based problem solving and say to them, now what are your interests? Because sometimes they won't even know what some of their interests are. So what you need to do is you need to begin to move through positions to interests. If you can move through the position by getting by it before it's ever stated and get back into the interest to start with, great. If they insist on laying a position out there, then you need to take that apart. You need to deconstruct it and to move through the pieces back to the interests. But some way you've got to find that out. The why question is is really good. You know, I think that meetings should be over in 50 minutes. Well, why do you think that? If you take the, I just did a really, really simplistic, to the point of almost being unreal example here, but somebody says, I can't meet with you now. Why? Well, I don't have time. Why don't you have time? Well, I have to be home by 3:30. Why do you need to be home? I have to meet the bus. And why do you have to be there when the bus gets there? Because it's my son's first day at school. And the ultimate interest here is I need to be home to greet my child on his first day at school. So, you know, they're not typically going to lead with that interest. So yeah, you know, we can move this. We can do this some other time. That's very important. So would tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock be okay? And, you know, now we're ready. Meets my interests. I need to get this solved as quickly as I can. Meet your interests, put you home to greet your child. So we're able to use that. But you can drill with the 5 whys, as Toyota called it, to get back into the interests. Out of that, you need to develop a list of interests. Now, typically, yeah.
Sorry, look at this example. I think you might get 1, maybe 2 whys into this conversation before they would hang up or just walk away. Is there anything you can say about how to elicit the interests of people who don't realize that they should help you discover their interests?
Yeah. For one thing, you don't just ask why. You know, you don't just say why. You know, I need to be home by 3:30. Why? I have to meet the bus. Why? So you got to be more creative than that. So you thread it into a conversation which leads them around rather than just making it a list of questions. But remember, they've bought into the process. So checking out of the process is really bad form. And if they do, you're going to have to roll back and you're going to have to get a recommitment to the process. So, and that can come up. That's very realistic. You know, the people won't put up with certain levels of inquiry. And some people are not going to show you their interest. They're not going to articulate it, but you can begin to discern it from the ways in which they try to avoid it. As I say, this whole stuff, you know, I've mentioned a couple of times, my mediation training was 3 weeks long. My large group mediation was 3 weeks long. My hostage negotiation training was 3 weeks long. There's a reason for that, because all of these involve broader skills. What we're trying to do at this point is to raise awareness so that you become aware and that you become attuned to it. I'll try to put, if anybody's interested, I'll try to put a list of some resources available so you can resort to that. So I'm going to send you an email and I'll give you a PDF of the slides as well as a PDF of the paper I wrote on this particular method of interest-based problem solving. And if you're interested in other resources beyond that, then what you need to do is reply, and then you and I can have a discussion and I'll try to tailor, because I've got, you know, look back here, I've got a number of resources that I use all the time. Now, what we're talking about as we go into the next step, which is to develop the options that we want to consider, is we're talking about divergent and convergent thinking. Our educations have schooled us to be convergent thinkers. Okay, so like Mark pointed out when he's asking about the devil's advocate person, you know, I can tell you what's wrong with that. Well, the bottom line on all this, and I find this, widely in the engineering community is they're educated and tuned up to figure out why things won't work. So they're going to tell you what's wrong with anything that anybody comes up with. But the most effective tool, and I'll be giving away a secret here, so I probably ought to charge extra money for this, but the tool that I use there is, if you know that there's something wrong, if you know that that's a problem, that means that you must have a vision of how it would look if it were right. Because the only way you can tell me that it's wrong is by comparing it against something that's right. So, and I don't ever ask the question in this form, but so describe to me what you think is right. How is this solved? Okay, you raised that problem, thank you. That's a problem that I might not have thought of on my own. So what's your idea about how we would solve that problem without derailing everything we're trying to do here? So, but we're trained to see what's wrong, to see the problems, to do the down select. And we forget about the divergent thinking, where we begin with the assumptions that we make. So we want to talk about that. What are the assumptions and constraints around the options? I've worked for a year between graduate school and law school as a construction inspector, because those were the only marketable skills I had. And I would inspect houses as a part of the job for Farmers Home Administration to see if we were going to make loans on that property. And I had somebody who called in and said he decided that he wanted to put in a septic system, and the guy was going to charge him too much to put in the septic tank. And because there was rock in there, and he was going to have to jackhammer the rock out. So he wanted to know if he could go ahead and remove the rock himself and then let the contractor put in the septic tank. And I said, how are you going to remove the rock? He said, dynamite. We use dynamite at work, so I'm going to use it. So what he's telling me is that about 100 feet from the house, he's going to set off a charge of unknown force against this newly constructed property that the government's using as the security for the loan. I don't think so. But, so you need to know what the constraints are. You need to know what the assumptions are. You need to know what your criteria, how are we going to know a good solution when we come across it? What are we going to use as a way of choosing the solution? And then you add that to your efforts and you start generating ideas. And the idea is to come up with as many ideas as possible. So when we develop the ideas, we use brainstorming. And in brainstorming, everybody knows that in brainstorming, you're not supposed to make any negative or evaluating comments. And the reason for that is not that you're not going to come up with bad ideas. You're absolutely going to come up with bad ideas. The reason why you don't make comments on that in this divergent or brainstorming stage is because when you kill an idea, you not only kill that idea, but you kill its children. So I may say something that's totally stupid that then prompts you to think of something. Well, we couldn't do that, but I wonder if we could do this. That's kind of like that. This has many of the advantages of what you're talking about there. But if I'm not allowed to voice that stupid idea, then we'll never get to the children that grow out of it. So we want to be able to generate as many ideas as possible, because then we're going to put them in the convergent funnel, and that will lead us to a solution. So with brainstorming, of course, we want people to think out of the box. There are no bad ideas at this stage. Give them to me. The crazier they are, the better they are. And you can safely say that because people really won't come up with crazy ideas in public. Some people will, but some people will do almost anything in public. But usually that encourages them to participate. Don't evaluate. Remember that brainstorming is your divergent stage, and ask questions along the way to stimulate thinking. So when somebody says something interesting, say, could you elaborate on that? Are there similar ideas to that? You know, can you think of anything else along those lines? You want to stimulate the thinking, keep priming the pump, but keep generating the ideas, because the bigger the pool, the more likely you are to come up with a solution that's going to cover a maximum number of interests. The next thing that you need to do is you need to agree on a solution. And this is your convergent process. So here, what you're going to do is you're going to have your criteria that you apply to, yeah, let's keep this idea and consider it. No, we can't consider that idea. This is where your constraints and your criteria come into play. You begin with the idea list from brainstorming, refine and combine those ideas to expand the interest coverage. So you may have two ideas that if you put them together, they would not only solve the problem, but they would cover interests that aren't covered by either one of them. Because we know that when we create combinations of things, we make systems, and that in a system, the characteristics and the behaviors that come from a system emerge from the relationship. So create systems is what we're saying here. Identify potential choices, and then you can begin to make selections. You can refine them and test the selections with thought experiments. Okay, so we're considering this. How would this work? Can you think of any situations where this might not work? You know, here now we're in the convergent phase. So now we can bring out there's something wrong with this. Why might that not work? Is there any way that we could fix it so that it would work in that situation? What's the likelihood that that situation would occur? So, you know, I'm getting ready. During COVID, we were fortunate. None of us in my little family group were infected with COVID, but I think our major appliances got it, and a couple of our cars. So we have a new stove and a refrigerator on the way next week. And I'm going this weekend to test drive some cars. It won't be new cars, but they'll be new to me. But you know, one of the things I could ask the car salesman is, what would happen if an airliner fell out of the sky and landed on this car while I'm going up the interstate? Would I be safe? Well, probably not. But the appropriate question is, how many times have you seen that happen? You know, how likely is that? So all of these kinds of questions can swirl around as you're converging. And you know, you can really get a good discussion going and wind up with good selections and build consensus. And remember that as you build consensus in this process, that weigh in equals buy-in. So you want to get everybody's opinion. So, you know, you're saying something like, Susan, you've been quiet. What do you think about this? And, you know, draw people out. You know, I know that you've worked in X area before. So is there anything that from your experience in that area that would weigh on which one of these two things we might choose to do? All of those are techniques that you can use to draw out people's thoughts and their participation and increase their buy-in in the process. Now, what I'm going to give you a paper on is how you would go about using this. And as I said before, scientific, technical, engineering folks love numbers. If we could find a way to hang a number on this it would be scientific and therefore it'd be good. So what we get out of it has to be valid because it's got a number attached to it. And if I make a decision, the higher number, lower number, whichever way we've set up things, that's going to win. And people will actually walk away emotionally being satisfied because we provided a number. Now, this approach is what my paper is about. So it tells you how to use each one of these matrices and how you work them. We won't go into that in detail here, but you can find out about using these in the paper. It's a very powerful technique, but the power is not in the numbers. And there's good validation for the numbers that are here. This is actually called the full analytical criteria method. And it's a simplified version of something that was invented by a guy at Carnegie Mellon, a professor named Thomas Sady. And Sady invented something called the analytical hierarchy process, which is used apparently somewhere in the world of software. This is, believe it or not, after you read the paper, this is a simplified version of Sady's analytical hierarchy process. But basically what it is it's a way of making many-to-many comparisons by boiling them down into head-to-head comparisons. So what you begin with up there in the upper left-hand corner is you begin by taking your criteria. So how are we going to make our selection? And you lay out your criteria and you lay them out in the rows and in the columns. And then you go through and you compare them. The X's are where you'd be comparing the same criteria to each other. But you use the rating scale that's specified there on the right. And you say, when I consider criterion 1 compared to criterion 2, is it much more important? Is it more important? Is it equal? Is it less important? Is it much less important? And so you rate them, you break the many, instead of trying to grapple with many to many, you grapple with head to heads through all the alternatives. And then there's a formula that you use to distill it out to get a weighting for each criteria. So you've assigned your criteria, you've got, and typically this works better with 3 to say 6 or 7 criteria and 3 alternatives to 6 or 7. If it's less than 3, it's not going to be very valid. If it's more than say 8 or 9, it's going to be too tough to really make your comparisons in a meaningful way. But you now come up with a criteria weighting. You move from that into your alternatives and you take all of your alternatives and lay them out against each other and themselves, set up much like you set up your criterion. But this time you take one matrix for each criterion. So you say, okay, weight is a criterion that we're going to use to judge a solution. So the lighter weight that it is, the better it'll work as a solution. So with respect to weight, how does alternative 1 compare to alternative 2? How does alternative 1 compare to alternative 3? And again, you're using that same comparison scale. So now you get those and you're able to then sum across on the rows and you're able to get a raw score, and then you take the row totals and you weight it by the criterion weighting that you got from your exercise with the individual criterions. You apply those weights to the raw scores, and then you're able to get a numerical value. And then you go down to your final table, your scoring table, and you're able to enter in the scores that you've come up with and come up with final scores, and you can see which alternative is the winner or which alternatives were the winners. And it becomes a very valuable way to look at it. But the value is not in the numbers. It's really not in the metric. The value is in the discussions that you have along the way. Why is criterion 1 much more important than criterion 2? What value are we talking about there? How are we going to handle that? And so that's where the real value is. So it's kind of like the discussion I used to have with the metrics guy on our management consulting team. You know, I would ask him, I'd say, do you love your wife? He'd say, oh, yeah. And I'd say, you love her more this year than last year? And he'd say, yeah, I think so. So what units do you measure your love in? And how do you make that comparison? What is the comparison year over year? What's your 6-year moving average for how much you love your wife? And, you know, is that important? You know, you're telling me that if it can't be measured, it can't be managed. You can't manage your love for your spouse. Is that really the case? So it's actually the discussion of the values involved and how you're assigning the numbers is much more valuable to you than the actual numbers involved. But you'll get the paper and it'll lead you through how you do it. And if you don't understand it, you're welcome to engage with me and I can provide further elucidation. Hopefully I wrote the paper clearly enough that it'll be understandable. So before we get to the takeaways and the summary, anybody have questions, comments? Yeah.
Question. So is this something that you can do as a system engineer, you know, either leader or, you know, someone who's just trying to go along, trying to become, you know, an SE in their role? Is that something that you can, that chart, is that something that you can do kind of behind the scenes, or is that something that you would need to have similar to story points in a Scrum? You know,
I'm not really familiar with Scrum because I'm a consumer of software, but I'm not a producer.
gotcha.
But
I guess my question, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's actually something that the group needs to participate in, and it works the smoothest if it's a refereed process. So you need somebody who knows the process well enough to teach it to the group. And it's not difficult to teach to a group because they don't have to get into the intricacies of creating the charts. All they really have to do are to generate the criteria and to generate the alternatives, and then to engage in the discussion about the head-to-head comparisons. And so, but you do want them to engage in those. So you can't really think, oh yeah, what he's talking about is criterion 1. And we're discussing that in light of criterion 3. So I believe I could stick a number in here. So it really needs the group to engage. But having said that, I actually developed the paper. You'll note on there's a 2009 copyright statement on the paper, and I developed it in about 2005 as a way to teach this to groups. And I actually got it out of one of the memory joggers. Are you guys familiar with memory joggers? Okay, so if you have memory joggers, you probably ought to have more than one. And you probably ought to keep them within arm's reach because they're a very valuable resource. But I got it out of there and learned the process myself and then learned how to teach it. And we actually used it at the fort with a whole succession of groups. And they loved it. they would get into it, and the head-to-head comparisons, they would say, well, I think that's actually much more important. I know it's more important. We can all agree that it's more important, but don't you think this is much more important because? And when the word because comes out, you've hit gold. You've struck it rich, because now you're going to get something that you can really use.
In effect, that I would expect that if you proposed a straw man or draft table of comparing the criteria or comparing the alternatives, you would get responses.
You can, but you want to be careful about that, because that brings on anchoring. And particularly when they first look at the table, they think, oh my goodness, how are we going to fill out this? And there's a little bit of magic that I didn't tell you in looking at the table, but I actually have an automated Excel version that doesn't really belong to me, because one of the engineers that I did this with said we could automate this aspect of it. But let's say we're talking about criterion 1 compared to criterion 2. And so your statement is the row is blank as compared to the column. Okay, so you see the sentence up here on this, it says the row is, and then you're filling in much more important. Okay, so if you say that criterion 1 is much more important than criterion 2, when you get to criterion 2 and compare it to criterion 1, what does criterion 2 have to be? If 1 is much more important than 2, then 2 is much less important than 1, right? And that's why the values are what you see. The values are 10, 5, 1, and then 0.2, which is 1/5, and 0.1, which is 1/10. So the values that get filled in below the diagonal are the reciprocals of the corresponding values filled in above the diagonal. So what he did was go back and make an Excel table that just generated the below the diagonal values. So that really simplifies your job, because you're only gonna make 20 comparisons instead of 40 comparisons. So you're able to get it filled out, and it becomes relatively easy. The mechanics of it are easy. Plus, he automated the formulas that you see in there. So he took his Excel spreadsheets and made them automatic. So by the time when you got done with the last comparison by criterion, the final scores were already laid out in your last matrix, because it was picking them up from the spreadsheet before. So the math can really be automated, but it's that discussion that you're going to engage in. So you don't want to anchor them on something. And they'll even spot things like, okay, so if 1 is more important than 2, and 2 is more important than 3, then 3's got to be much less important than 1, right? So you'll get into those kinds of discussions. But it's a nice way to hang a number on something, and at the same time to get into the discussions that you need to have without scaring people. And we found that the IPTs that we ran this with really got into it. I mean, they were like, okay, we got something else. Can you give us a copy of those spreadsheets? We're going to do this with XYZ, and off to the races they go. So the whole time that I was at the fort, we started doing this, and I was up there working for about 6 years. we started doing it in the end of year 1 and the beginning of year 2. And I was still getting calls when I left from people saying, can I talk to you about that? They called it FACM, full analytical criteria. Can I talk to you about those FACM sheets? And so I would wind up talking to somebody who wanted to use it with a group that never used it before. So let's sum up. All right. Our map was that we went through talking first about active listening, then persuasion, then conflict management, and finally negotiation. The principles that we laid out, the focus of all communication is relationships. That means it's other focused. Never forget that. Your communication rides on the back of your relationship. If you have a weak relationship, then your communication is going to have flaws. The first thing that you need to consider is what your audience needs to hear and see before you even consider what it is that you want to convey to them. Seek first to understand and only then to be understood. Communication happens in multiple channels. So you've got lots of channels. Be aware of the channels, and particularly be aware when channels get shut down or cut off. You probably have gotten a little vision that I use my hands in presenting. And so I'm sitting in the chair here, and I can move my hands like crazy and you can't see it. But occasionally one, would come up. So it probably moderates me down to an acceptable level. But that channel of communication is cut off because it's not on camera. Communication happens in multiple channels. So remember that you should be using multiple channels, and you should be monitoring multiple channels to understand what others say and to get your message across. And be aware that they're monitoring other channels, even if they're not consciously monitoring them. So if you're unconsciously sending them a message that they're receiving unconsciously, you have a recipe for trouble. Everything you do has to be genuine and it has to be fair. You can't afford to not do that, because you're trading away your relationship capital when you're not genuine and when you're not fair. And you don't want to trade that off. It's not worth it. No matter what kind of short range thing you might accomplish by doing that, it's not going to be worth it in the long run. And then finally, remember that even the smallest communication, the one that doesn't seem like it's important to you at all, can be important to the guy who's going to go from a prison cell to a log truck. It can be way more important than you ever think it is. All right. Wrap up questions, comments, words of wisdom. You guys have been great.
I want to thank you, Zane. Actually, let me share my screen for a second. I want to put up the INCOSE-CC official thank you certificate here. I'll do it. So I know I've gained tremendously from this. This was really interesting in information. It's one of the things, being of a technical background in engineering, education, and in my work world, I've had very little opportunities present themselves where, focus on my ability to communicate. And I know as an engineer, certainly from going through your tutorial here, it's like I have been, and I still am woefully deficient in where I could be with my ability to communicate, negotiate, and persuade. And I think I've gained some good tools to put forward from this tutorial. So
Great.
I want to thank you on that. I also want to thank from the chapters. I want to thank all the folks who signed up for the course, and I hope they've all enjoyed themselves as well. And I'm going to, well, Zane will have all your emails that you registered with, so he'll be able to contact you and provide follow-up materials. We'll also put some of this on our website as well, the chapter website.
Good.
So,
And you'll get an email from me. So as I say, if you want a resource list, the greatest invention in the world, in my opinion, was the Kindle. You might guess that I read regularly and often. And I used to carry books with me when I was on the road going somewhere I needed my books. And that got to be a pain. You know, you got 2 or 3 books in your briefcase, that'll wear you down. You have to make choices, and I read 5 or 6 at a time, so I can switch back and forth. So a Kindle with, I think last count I made was 1,385 books on my Kindle. I haven't read them all yet, but I do read, and that's really the secret to learning about this stuff. The biggest problem with choosing books when you learn is the curation of what's good and what's not, what's valuable and what's not, and particularly in areas where you're not necessarily an expert. You want to avoid the bad ones if you can, because it's so many books and so little time. But I would recommend a site to you all. It's called 5 Books. So if 5 books, and what it is they try to ferret out people who have expertise in particular areas. And then they interview those experts. And some of the experts they interview will be people you know. But they'll say, okay, Sean McCoy, I know you're an expert in emotional intelligence. What do you think the 5 best books on emotional intelligence are? And so Sean would make a choice, and then they would interview Sean and they would say, okay, so why'd you choose this first book? Daniel Goleman's book on emotional intelligence. Well, I think that's a foundational book, but it's a good way to get a free curator for your reading, and a good way to pick up stuff that you would not ever otherwise come in contact with. There's a company that they go by the Great Courses. They're actually a company out of Northern Virginia, and they are in the business of going around locating outstanding college professors and convincing them to let them record their courses. And so the professors come to their studios and they'll put a course, and by a course, I mean half-hour to 45-minute lectures, and typically 24 to 36 lectures in a course. So it's a substantial course, but they've got some good stuff on negotiation and communication. And now they have just this year put up something called the Great Courses Plus, which you can subscribe to on your Roku or streaming device and watch these professors deliver their courses as well as listen to them. I've listened to them. I started buying them on cassette tapes. And so you get a big box of cassette tapes. And then they went to CDs. And so I got CDs. So one of my criterion for a new car became a CD player. And now I just download the MP3 files and plug the thumb drives into my car and listen to them there. But that's a good source. Another site is called Master Classes, and that costs something to subscribe to. but there's some excellent classes. There's some good classes on there on negotiation. So if you want to hear some of the FBI behavioral analysis unit guys talk about negotiation, that's a good place to go.
Well, when do we get a chance to send some of the people that need it in our office? I mean, a lot of these things, sometimes I feel that, oh, this is great stuff. Where are all the other people that need to be here?
Right. Yeah, they don't typically sign up for this type of course.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, I look forward to hearing from you. I appreciate your all's time and attention.
Thank you,
And
Sam.